you don't wanna leave, cause it feels like home. You're sitting house with no floor. You can feel the mud seeping in, but you just choose to ignore all the evidence that what you think isn't real. You don't look because you don't like the way it makes you feel. You say you need the shelter to get through all your problems. That's why you choose to live in a house with no walls.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being a part of this historic day, our 20th annual California Freethought Day. I am your host today. My name is Ian Harris, and there goes the video again. Zoom is fun. I'm Ian Harris. I'm a comedian known as the Skeptic Comedian. I'm also a podcast host of the Critical and Thinking podcast with Ty Barnett and myself, Ian Harris. And this is my first time here. And I wish I could actually be there with you guys today in Sacramento, with all of us, our state's capital. But 20 years of free thought, and it would be great to be there in person. But due to circumstances we all understand, we can't. So we're here live on Zoom. We're live streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and we're not going to let this pandemic stop us from having an amazing afternoon, and it will be an amazing afternoon. So before we get started, I want to start by thanking our gold sponsors and some individuals: Applied Office On-Site Computer Training, American Atheists, Robert Nicholson, Ken Nahigian, and our silver sponsors, the American Humanist Association, Atheists and Other Freethinkers, the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and to our bronze sponsors, Black Nonbelievers, the Military Association of Atheists and Freethinkers, thank you for your service, the Center for Inquiry, Black Humanists and Nonbelievers of Sacramento, the Reason Center and Mynga Futrell, the Secular Coalition for America, TakeTheRedPill.com, Wayne Orger, Mynga Futrell. And thanks to our many other donors, guests, speakers, entertainers. Just this year's especially, we have the champions, we have advocates. It's just, how about everybody, by the way, a virtual round of applause. I know we can't hear or see, it's Zoom, that's the one thing, but a virtual round of applause. I'll golf clap for everybody, for all these wonderful people and organizations that have made today possible. And a lot of you were there last night. We had a great time, last night's fundraiser reception. We thank everybody for being a part of that event as well. And I really want to thank Evan Clark, Sarah Levin, Louis Campos for planning yesterday's Secular Leadership Day, and everyone who attended, including Jessica, Brett, and Sam from American Atheists. And also, if you're out there, if you tweet, if you TikTok, if you use Facebook, if you use Instagram, use the hashtag Freethought Day, and let others know that you're watching here with this event live, and that they too can join. Anyone can join by visiting freethoughtday.org, and be sure to like us and follow us at Freethought Day on all social media platforms. And we're even on TikTok now, which I think we need to develop some sort of Freethought Day dance, but don't ask me about dancing. But I think that would be a great idea. The TikTok. If we can TikTok the Freethought Day dance, that'd be great. We also have over $300 in door prizes that ship out and qualify. All it takes, you just take a survey that will be sent to your registered email before the day is over. And finally, I want to remind everyone of our code of conduct and privacy policies, which you may find in your program and on our website. We want to make sure that everyone feels safe and welcome. I almost said at home, but you are at home. So, and if there's any concerns, please seek out a committee member that's identified with CFD in their name. So if it says CFD, I don't know why I'm doing it on my chest, but CFD means they're a BFD. So I want to introduce now the president. So please help me introduce the president of California Freethought Day, Mr. David Diskin.
Ian, thank you so much. It is so great to be here. Thank you, all of you, for being here with us. But first, Ian is a podcast host. If you haven't checked out Critically and Thinking, he's a co-host with Ty Barnett. Awesome podcast. Go follow, go subscribe, check out the whole thing. He's a comedian, performs live across the country, especially at a number of atheist events. He's a director. He's a friend of mine. He's a father. He even sent his kid to Camp Quest. So shout out to both of them. And he's such a good sport for lending us his time and talent today. He's been on Jimmy Kimmel, Comedy Central, and his podcast is just sharp and engaging. So you'll see why we're lucky to have him as our MC this afternoon. So please go follow Critical and Thinking and join me in thanking Ian for being here, being our MC today. Our theme this year is A Brighter Future with Reason. This is our 20th year. It's hard to believe that this event, which started out with 24 people on the steps of the the Sacramento courthouse, is now celebrating its 20th anniversary. But there's no denying that since then, our event and the secular community in California has grown at an exponential rate. As we reflect on those last 20 years and see how our event has changed the world around us, or rather as how our event has changed as well as the world around us, this is Zoom, right? We can't help but acknowledge that for every wonderful accomplishment, there have been heartbreaking setbacks. You know, in the same year that we developed a planet-saving vaccine, in record time, we also discovered that a disappointing % of our neighbors don't trust our top health scientists. We celebrated the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote, and yet women do not have the final say when it comes to their own bodies or family planning. We elected our nation's first Black president, while many around us will not affirm that Black lives matter. And at a time when voter engagement is at an all-time high, we see increasingly brazen attempts to stifle democracy at every phase of our electoral process. And on the separation of church and state, the ebb and flow of our justice system has given us one loss for every victory. But we cannot be dissuaded by these losses. We use them to light our path. We use them to grow stronger, to tune our strategy, to embolden our hearts, to rally together through intersectionality and empathy. Because we are in this together. A future that respects atheists is also one that respects the indigenous peoples. A future that strives for a deeper understanding of the natural world is also one that encourages civic engagement and demands voter equality. A future that listens to science is also one that respects the bodies of women and the lives of the LGBT+. We march, we tweet, and we vote. And before you know it, 20 years have passed. Every day brings us an opportunity to create that brighter future together with reason. Now, several years ago, the board of California Freethought Day voted unanimously to add social justice to our core values. And over the years since, we have expanded our program to recognize those movements parallel to humanism, including the fight for racial and gender equality. But one aspect that we have missed in our 20 years is the recognition deserved by the communities who were here on this land generations before us. And so today and every year forward, we acknowledge that Sacramento, our home and our capital, was once and still is the land of the Nissean people. Together with the Maidu, the Miwok, and the Miwok peoples, tribes that still live today, their land was taken. And we are privileged and humbled to be here. Just as their communities told stories and debated and learned and engaged and consoled, so do we today. We would also like to recognize the successful passage of California Assembly Bill 338, which will add a monument to the Native peoples of Sacramento that will stand in the place once occupied by a statue of Junipero Serra, the founder of California's Catholic missions. Through education and awareness, it is our hope that the systems which oppress indigenous peoples can be torn down, along with any others who suffer from systematic injustice. Now, with that introduction, I want to thank our planning committee that worked so hard to put today together for you, and our sponsors and donors who financially made this happen. We are a 501c3, and their support, your support, is what keeps Freethought Day free to attend. So thank you. Now, one of the greatest additions to Freethought Day over the years has been the recognition of people who didn't just see something that needed improvement, but did something about it. So I'd like to introduce you all to Karina Quintanilla. Karina is a council member of the city of Palm Desert, California, and recently won her district's election, running publicly as a secular humanist. Before her election, Karina passionately worked with high school and college students through a tutoring program that she developed. She's worked with our state Senate to pass Senate Bill number 4, Health for All, and Senate Bill 15 to increase funding for state scholarships. She helped implement the California Voters' Right Act in her city that provides greater diversity and representation among constituents. When she ran for office, she was endorsed by the Freethought Equality PAC, and she won by nearly a 2-to-1 ratio. And now, as an elected official, she's addressing affordable housing in her city, along with education and employment. And so, on behalf of California Freethought Day, it's my pleasure to recognize Karina Quintanilla for these efforts and to present her with this award. Karina.
Well, thank you. I have my award happily displayed behind me, and this is my office where I have the council meetings. So if you tune in, you'll be able to see the award in the background. I want to thank David not only for the very gracious introduction, but the acknowledgement that we are on Indigenous land. And so I say good afternoon to you all from Cahuilla land. As a daughter of the descendants of the Chichimeca, I send my love to anybody that can identify with these communities as well. And it's very critical to have representation not only for our affinity groups, but also in terms of our beliefs and the diversity of beliefs. Not only do we have the right to a freedom of religion, but a freedom from religion if that's not what we feel. Our founding fathers had the ideas of liberty, but that didn't include women. So we need to evolve these ideas of what inclusivity means. And I think it's critical when we come to the community setting and we hear that the need for affordable housing means that we have to diversify populations in areas where there is a lot of hesitation for change. And we'll have the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard folks, say, well, we want our community to be made of the people that we are comfortable with, the people that go to our churches. Well, but you're then saying that your community is comprised of, instead of saying churches are a part of the community, you're trying to define your community by a faith base. And that's not how we have an inclusive society where everybody can feel welcome. So to me, that's a very critical issue to clarify and let everyone know how do we define our community? It can't be based on faith. It has to be based on regional elements. It has to be based on affinities and cultural ties and drives in education and economic sectors. So it's important to organize around these issues and not allow them to be polarized by any religious group, either for or against any issue. And furthermore, I think that when we have secular liberties, then I think a lot of people benefit. And one such group is we think of how women are often empowered when they are able to take their reproductive rights into their own charge. And if I were to have been, as a single mother working for a religious institution, I may not have been able to afford my birth control. I was very fortunate to have worked within education and other places where the unions have secured rights for us. But I think it's critical to see the advocacy that's going on and that the work being done this year specifically to ensure that anybody that works in the state of California has access to reproductive benefits and even a vasectomy, regardless of your employer's agreement with these services being available. So I'm honored to receive the award, and I'm honored to work alongside of all of you that are building a brighter future, a more inclusive future. And 20 years may seem like a blink, but I grew a human being in that time frame, and she's now a voting human being. And I'm thankful for this organization that allows the next generations to know there is a place to be a free thinker, and it's welcome. And again, thank you so very much. Please stay healthy out there. Our communities still need your work. Gracias.
Karina, thank you again so much. Ian, back to you.
Yes. Thank you, David and Karina, by the way. And David, I didn't know that it was, we had to bring our own black cat.
Yeah.
So I got one. I just ran out to the store and got it really quick. But yeah, so now everybody make sure you have your black cat. They forgot that in the memo. But right now actually is a great time to mention, by the way, that civic engagement is one of our core values. And I think there's not a better example of that than actually running for office. And by the way, if you're not registered to vote, what's wrong with you, but also you can hit pause right now and go register to just go do it right now. Go to registertovote.ca.gov. Well, it says we'll wait for you, but go do that. We'll kind of wait for you. We'll move on and you can come back. We'll be here, but go register to vote. What's stopping you? Seriously, at this point. And now we're going to bring our next speaker to the stage, as it will. It's my pleasure to bring Arlene Rios to the stage, who will be interviewing our first speaker, Deborah Olsen. Arlene is the Vice President of Atheists United in Los Angeles and was a recipient of our Community Award last year for her work in founding the Fresno Latino Atheists and leading the Mexican and Latinx communities in the LA area. Arlene Rios, everyone.
Thank you, Ian. It is my pleasure to introduce Deborah Olsen, the granddaughter of California's atheist governor, Colbert Olsen, who after leaving office helped create the United Secularists of America. Deborah founded peacesolutions.org and thesciencegovernor.com after graduating magna cum laude from UCLA and supporting progressive causes for over a decade. She is currently the Chief Innovation Officer of peacechannel.com, Senior Advisor for the United Nations Peace Education Day Conference, and serves as the Senior Advisor for the first annual Education Day virtual conference. Deborah has been recognized by the Freedom from Religion Foundation for recounting her grandfather's legacy and the contributions to Freethought in a book she co-authored, The Honorable Colbert Levy Olsen with Dr. Craig West Wilkinson. And today I have the privilege of asking her a few questions about her grandfather and her work. Deborah, welcome to California Freethought Day.
Thank you, Arlene. This is great to be here.
So to begin, your grandfather's family was Mormon and he attended Brigham Young University, but he was an atheist. And yet that didn't seem to stop him politically, even in Utah, where he got his start. Did he keep quiet about his atheism?
You know, it was a process for him as a young man. It wasn't that he said, I'm an atheist when he was in junior high school or high school. He studied it. And then he went back east. He went to Brigham Young because it was like much closer than going to the, not Mormon church in his home and the university. And then he went back east to George Washington University. And when he was there in his travels, he actually heard Ingersoll speak, and it made him think, wow, this is the way I think, so that was his beginning. But there's so many stories. As I wrote this book with Dr. Wilkinson, we took us 2.5 years to write it. It's like 400 pages, 80 photographs. It's a great book on the history of California and of Utah and Mormonism. Dr. Wilkinson is an ex-Mormon and a physician, and it was fun to do it with him because I learned a lot also about atheism. So there's a great story in the book where Grandpa was in the 4th grade and they lived in this sweet little pioneer house, and he used to walk on this dirt road to school, and he got to school and the teacher and all the students were waving their hands in the air because the teacher said, everybody celebrate who saw angels last night. And Colbert said, you're all lying. Imagine that in the 4th grade. So the teacher grabbed him and took him, and, they just got him in trouble in school. Then he had to go home and deal with his parents. Now, he did come from a strict Mormon family, although his father wasn't very religious, but his mother, Delilah King Olsen, was from the King family, which is like the royalty of the Mormons. And she wasn't crazy about what he did, but they stayed very close for years. And in the book, he wrote a gorgeous poem to his mother after she passed away. She became the first woman politician in Millard County and was quite a woman. She was a suffragette, so of course, as a feminist, I love all of that. It was a very loving family. But the answer is, I wouldn't say he stayed in the closet. I know that he kind of rode on the coattails of his uncle in Utah when he became a state senator. But then when he came to California, the land of the free and the brave, I think he got a little more inspired to tell the truth. So the day that he actually became governor and he was sworn in, he's very famous for this. I have this up here. Can you see? Probably not. Annie Laurie and Dan Bakker made this for them because this is a famous photograph. He was standing there and the judge said, okay, Governor Olsen, congratulations, you need to put your hand on the Bible. And he said, I'm not putting my hand on the Bible. There's a whole paragraph in there how he totally insults the Bible. You could read it. But the point is he was given this award last year at the Freedom from Religious Foundation, which I'm very proud of. So he had a process, that's all I can say. And since we're talking about his religious views, like a lot of people, he would say, I'm a secularist, I'm a free thinker, I'm an agnostic, but actually he died in 1961. And before he died, he said, yes, actually, I am an atheist and I'm not afraid of death. So that's that.
Thank you for sharing that with us. My next question. Governor Olsen didn't get along well with Republicans or Democrats. What were some of the more radical social policies that he sought after?
It's funny that we call them radical because Grandpa was considered the people's governor. He was way ahead of his time. I've done whole articles on that. He was a statesman ahead of his time. His thing he really wanted was that utilities would be free for all people. And he fought like crazy for that. That's not radical, it's just common sense. And he did fight with the Republicans, and he also really fought with the Democrats. There was a group called the Economic Bloc, which is probably like today we have the centrist, Democrats that are fighting the progressives. It's the same story 80 years later, which is insane, right? But he fought tooth and nail for many, many things. Even after he wasn't governor anymore, he fought so that it wouldn't say, in God we trust, in the California motto. He was always working on things. He worked for mental illness centers for people. Again, today the big conversations about mental illness, but in those days it was also very, quiet. Radical. He was like Bernie Sanders on steroids. That's all I can tell you. When one of my favorite things is he put on a top hat and tails. And there's videos of this where they had the first expo in California. And he had a big golden key. And when he opened it, thousands of people came in from all over the world. It was huge, and it's really interesting to see that. And then when I'm going to read this to you because it's one of my favorite quotes in the book. When he was standing in front of all these microphones, CBS, NBC, the old fashioned radio. It was a trip. He said, I'm going to read this. Governor Olsen, well aware of the radical tensions being felt worldwide in Europe and tensions surfaced between Japan and China, used the expo to celebrate what he designated Race Relations Day. In his opening remarks, he declared, anyone who generates racial hatred or social misunderstanding is a demagogue of the most subversive type. He becomes the enemy of society just as truly as a tax evader, an embezzler, or a murderer. In fact, he does infinitely more harm. Isn't that wild? And then he went on to appoint the first woman judge, the first Black judge, and the first Latino judge west of the Mississippi. And the woman that he appointed became very famous. Her name's Annette Abbott Adams. And he appointed her in 1942. And then she went on to be the first woman on the California Supreme Court. So he just made good decisions. And I can't even imagine. He always said, one of his favorite quotes, if you want to know what hell is, try and be governor of California. Just like we're experiencing today, right? But we get to watch it now every day, the insanity of what's going on between the special interests and the corporations and what's right for the people. I sure hope we win.
I sure hope so too. Governor Olsen's Governor Olsen had close ties with the California Latinos community. What were some examples of how he worked together with us? I'm a Latina.
I know, I love that. We talked the other day about it. You know, again, what was so fun for me growing up, and because I'm very political, so I've been a fundraiser for, you know, many Democrats across the board. I even liked Ross Perot when I first heard him because I thought we needed a third party to make everyone else, you know, honest. And then I ended up going back to Clinton because, you know, it got crazy. But it was a very interesting time, and he fought for what was right, and he did not allow the problems, you know, to go ahead. I mean, it was like Hearst did a lot of media around bringing him down, and they did. And his biggest fights were with Standard Oil, who wanted to put oil wells all along the coast of California, and he wouldn't allow it. And then so he worked with Upton Sinclair, and he actually ran his campaign before he ran for governor. So he was pretty radical that far back. I mean, Upton was a great guy, but it opened him up to the Latina community. So I didn't even know how close he was with the Latino community. And then I was on a bus going to a rally for John Kerry back in the day. And our beautiful Dolores Huerta comes to the bus, and she's in the front of the bus and I'm sitting in the back. She goes, "Oh my God, there's an Olsen in the house." I said, "What?" You know, because I have a lot of respect for her. And she started talking really loud to the whole bus. And she said, "Do you know that Governor Olsen, whenever I speak at universities around the country, I talk about him. He protected our community. He fought for the farm workers. He invited the first Latino to his inauguration. You know, it was all white boys. And he was definitely a friend to the Latino community on so many levels." Yeah, and look what a big block it is today.
It is, yes, it's a huge block.
I
I heard something about it this morning in the news.
Yeah.
Well, that's so wonderful to hear. Your grandfather was ahead of his time. What do you think he would say about the current state of politics mixing with religion?
I think he would say, "I told you so, Deborah." You know, I used to go to his house. He had a house on Mariposa when he wasn't in the mansion. He was here. He had his family had a house for 29 years, and we used to go over there on the weekends, and I'd sit on his lap and he'd chew tobacco and spit it into a platoon, which I have here, which is great. I got all of his memoir, but, you know, just aside, my cousin, my dad's older brother, Dick, who worked for him like his publicist, had a son named Richard Jr., and he got some weird form of lung cancer, even though he never smoked. He was a teacher in the Valley for many, many years. Anyway, I went and visited him a couple of years before he passed, and he willed me my grandfather's desk and all the memorabilia that goes with it, including the platoon, which is my favorite thing. That's what they did in the old days. Anyway, that's just a little aside. It's such a beautiful desk. It's made of mahogany and it has hand-painted flowers on it. And he had it in the governor's mansion. And now that it's in my house, sometimes I just sit there and I think about all the papers he wrote and created and the fights he had, you know, in politics. So that's that. So what was it again you asked me? I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. What did you ask me? Question?
I asked about what do you think he would say about the current state of politics mixing with religion?
God, you know, his biggest adversary was the Catholic Church back in 1939 to 42. They tried to push him to allow all the students, not just Catholic students, but all the students on the public school docket, you know, where they paid for it, to go at their lunchtime in a bus to go study the Bible. And he said, "No way is this happening." And he fought it. But, you know, I don't know if you know how much money there is in the Catholic Church. I mean, the Catholic Church is number one. The Mormon religion is number two. It's the wealthiest religions on the planet. And like the Mormons are number 2 for having real estate all over the country. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
My next question, we have about 4 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try.
No, it's okay. No, don't apologize. After his tenure as California governor, he helped start a national organization for atheists and freethinkers. Can you tell us more about it and why he did this?
Yes, actually, this is when I saw that you guys were a secularist organization. The seculars were. I realized as I was writing this, that I'm going to read you one more thing. Let me find it. Hold on. Okay, so Governor Olsen was an atheist and a humanitarian. He became the first president of United Secularists of America. A secular person or an atheist is defined as someone who is a realist, a pragmatist, a materialist, a scientist, and a non-believer in the magic, the unseen, or the superstition. They find no evidence of a supernatural God. Governor Olsen's life story and this message are shining examples of his philosophy, his belief, and the way he led his life show us how you can be an atheist and still be a good, honest, decent human being. He supported secularism with a deeply held life philosophy and a conviction that he arrived at after a lifetime of study and contemplation on the subject of God. So he actually helped fund that organization. And he wrote many, many articles for the World magazine. And, he was their leader. So he stayed involved. And now here you are today, how many years later, continuing the whole thing.
That's so wonderful. My last question for you is, politics aside, what is the fondest memory of your grandfather?
I lived through my father understanding my grandfather, because my dad was also a great man. And he went to Chicago with my grandfather when my grandfather announced somebody for vice president. My grandfather was very close with FDR. And I received 100 telegrams and pieces of paper that FDR and my grandfather wrote back and forth to each other. FDR did the New Deal for the United States. My grandfather did it for California. They were really close. So through my dad, I learned a lot. Like my dad was totally into astronomy. We'd sit and look at the stars and talk about it. He said his dad taught him about that. They were into science. They were good people. So I would say that, and then just watching my dad and my grandfather philosophize a lot, because I just remember one conversation in an afternoon there where my dad said, but we have to have these wars and we have to have these different religions. There's millions of people on the planet. And my grandpa said, John, I'm really afraid that organized religion will be the downfall of humanity if we don't stop it soon. And look at what's going on with all the wars and everything. I mean, he saw it, Anyway, I would love everyone to get this book, or a lot of young people have told me lately they don't have time to read, so we just put it on Audible. I think you will find it fascinating for people that are really into this whole thing and the history of it. Every single fact in here, we fact check beyond so people know. And my partner in this, Dr. Craig Wilkinson, who's an ardent atheist and taught me a lot about it. Next time we do something, I'd love to have him speak because he's a wonderful guy. We lost you.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Arlene.
Sorry about that. Operator error. Do we have time for question and answers?
I don't think so. I think they said we have to move to the break.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm so sorry about that, Deborah.
that's all right. I really enjoyed this. I hope we can do more in the future.
Yes. So with that, Deborah Olsen, it has been a pleasure interviewing you. Thank you for writing this book and sharing your life, or sharing the life of your grandfather, the Honorable Colbert Levy Olsen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deborah, for sharing the story of your grandfather. I mean, I don't know how many I don't think anybody, there's not many people that knew that California had an atheist governor. I was born and raised in California, 50 years old now, and I did not know that. So that's amazing. In her book, The Honorable Colbert, is it Levy Olsen, is available for purchase right now at online booksellers, and you could see as Audible as well. And it's one of our door prizes for completing our survey. So Deborah Olsen, everyone. Yes, thank you. And Arlene, thank you so much. Great interview. Really appreciate that. And yeah, we are going to go take a short break so you can stretch your legs, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. Before we go, I'm going to a little thanks to our entry level sponsors. I want to thank the Sacramento chapter of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the Freethought Society, hey Margaret, and we're going to be back here at 12:45, so just around 8-9 minutes or so. Back at 12:45, then we're going to jump right into the author and podcasters panel hosted by Thomas Smith. We'll see you all back here 12:45. Welcome back. Good. So we're back here again, and now joining me, I want you guys to give a warm welcome to 4 wonderful authors and podcasters here to share their stories with you and answer your questions. Actually, I'm going to be one of them. Yay. And facilitating this portion of the afternoon will be the host of the wildly popular podcast, Opening Arguments. Please welcome Thomas Smith. Hey, Thomas.
Hey, oh, wow. My Zoom level is a lot different than you guys. Okay. I've made a personal choice to have a giant head. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. And I'm excited to speak to these panelists. I've never done such a large panel on Zoom. I'm curious to see how it'll go. I like to be able to chime in and have others chime in. I don't know how that'll work with this interface. We'll see. But the one thing I want to emphasize is everybody watching, make sure to submit your questions using the Q&A button. I can see the docket right now. I can see that when you ask them. And since we didn't get to have audience participation in the last segment or two, I think it'll be really cool to have it in this one. Okay, well, let's start with introductions. And I suppose I'll start quickly. I'm a podcaster. Somehow I've been podcasting for 11 years, 11 and a half years. Seems impossible. I didn't even know there was electricity back then, but there was, and there was podcasting somehow. But it was something that you did just to like 3 people who you didn't know, or at least me anyway. I didn't have a big podcast to start. And I started with a very simply named Thomas in the Bible, where I would just read the Bible and try to crack jokes about it and interpret it as an atheist. And I had no idea it would turn into anything, but lo and behold, it gathered a little bit of traction. And then I met a lot of cool people and started some more projects later on. And now I co-host Opening Arguments with it, which is a law-focused podcast, which actually turns out to be, I think, where the biggest battles in church-state separation and in atheism and skepticism tend to be these days, arguably, because I think, in my personal opinion, the biggest threat to church-state separation in this country and the biggest threat to skepticism and free thought is Republican fundamentalists in government and in the courts. So that's been my focus. All right, that's my quick bio. And now I'm here to, I'm going to throw it off. I'll go in website order. So why don't we go next to Ross? Give us your brief bio, if you don't mind. Let people get to know you.
Well, hello. Thank you, Thomas. I'm Ross Blocher. I am the Ross half of Oh No, Ross and Carrie. We have the Carrie half here as well. And I come out of a background of evangelical Christianity. I was very involved. I was, the Bible study leader in college. But then I found skepticism and kind of rocked my world. And I got very involved in the secular community. So I now host the book club at CFI, and I've been involved with the IIG, now the CFIIG, testing claims of the paranormal for, 16 years. And we've been doing this podcast for over 10 years now. I should say what the podcast does. We investigate claims of the paranormal, fringe science, fringe religious groups, cults, if you will, and alternative medical treatments. We try it out firsthand and talk about it. So all a lot of fun.
All right. And I guess we'll go to Carrie, who will give the second half. You should have left a cliffhanger of your podcast explanation, then she could have finished it for you. And mid-sentence. No, let's go to Carrie and give your bio, please.
Hello, this is my cat, Golly. She figured this was the perfect time to walk in front of the screen. I'm Carrie Poppy. Yes, I co-host with Ross. Our show's called Oh No, Ross and Carrie. And yeah, we've been doing it for 10 years, and I'm a journalist, and so I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. I can't wait. More on that later. And then I suppose next we'll go to Cheryl. Welcome, Cheryl. Could you tell us about yourself?
Hey, hi everybody. I'm Cheryl Abram. I'm the author of Firing God, with my picture right there on the cover, which was a very scary thing for me to do, being Southern Baptist, growing up in Louisiana and all of that, right? The whole state is still praying for me, that I, come back to the fold and all that. But after Firing God, I wrote 2 more books, but I am I have a YouTube channel called Person Centered Cyber. I'm a cybersecurity professional and career changer from HR, and I'm a mom. Okay, and that's just, I just live my life the way it is now, which is a lot more richer and much more freer than it was before.
Excellent. And one more reminder, everybody watching, use that Q&A button to ask questions anytime. I will see them and I can fire them at the panelists. So get those questions in, use that button, please. Okay. And next is Ian. Well, I suppose we've gotten a little bit of your bio already, but greetings. How you doing?
Good, thanks. So I'm doing well. Yeah, you guys know me a little bit here. I'm a comedian and been podcasting only for a few years, but I been doing comedy for 30, and my main focus is skepticism and atheism, and I've been doing that as part of my comedy profession for over 10 years, but I've been a skeptic and atheist my whole life and been a comedian all of my adult life, and then started to podcast a few years ago with another comedian named Ty Barnett. And it was started out to be a comedy and interview podcast, and we called it Critical and Thinking, which was based on my first TV special, Critical and Thinking. We just thought it was a funny title because of our 2 personalities. He's critical of everything, and I always try to think about everything. So we just thought it was funny. And with the Trump administration, it turned into every single day trying to do news, and it turned into a political podcast, basically, and inadvertently. And then everyone loved the political stuff. So now that's pretty much all we do is talk politics and science and things like that. And now it has actually become its name, Critical and Thinking. So that's what we do. And Ty would have been here, but it's his birthday weekend and he's in New York celebrating with his wife. So
wow. Thank you for that. And also finally, our last panelist, Alexis. Alexis, good to see you. Tell us about yourself.
So I grew up similar to Ross, evangelical bubble, and I had suffered from educational neglect because we did the accelerated Christian education, which is notorious for using rote memory and not relying on concepts to evolve, and then also teaching that the earth is 6,000 years old and the Loch Ness Monster was real. So I went from that straight to kind of a Christian college situation. So I had to do a college class on like creationism, and somehow graduated valedictorian and took all that Bible study and learning to the mission field. And then, so when I finally, started my family, I had a daughter with severe physical disabilities. And that's when I learned that prayer had the year before, in the largest study ever done on intercessory prayer, been kind of debunked as, magic thoughts weren't real. What? Started my deconstruction process. So fast forward, I joined the Clergy Project and started doing book reviews for Linda Lascola, and got to know all these authors and started writing a little more. And long story short, started reading my daughter bedtime stories that I grew up on, like C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, and realized I can apply the deconstruction I went through from my faith with deconstructing the Chronicles of Narnia version of that faith, which was very similar with 1950s fundamentalism. So I wrote chapter 3 on women v. religion on indoctrination, and met Karen Garst that way. And then she started saying, you should write a book on what you're learning about C.S. Lewis. So I did, and it comes out 2022. So I'm really excited about it.
I'm excited someone is finally taking down that lion. I'm tired of that. That lion has gone too long without someone doing a takedown of him. I see in your bio that you're questioning, or your daughter questioned if Aslan was evil. And I think it's so funny that it's like, a lot of things, when God does them, religious people or believers are able to be like, yeah, no, okay, God did that. That makes, but if you embody it in a character, like, wow, that guy's a jerk. Why would you do that? They're like, you take away that magical, all powerful thing. And it's like, they're just some arrogant a-hole up there, like needing all your worship all the time. It's kind of weird.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I can't argue with, even though I memorized 6 books of the Bible by the time I was 12 and 1,000 more for Awana and church camps and Christian college, I have a biblical studies degree, interdisciplinary degree, and I can't argue with someone that Jesus was maybe not right for saying to take a sword to one's family, or calling the Canaanite woman a dog, or lying about going to a party, or preaching in a synagogue that didn't exist until the 2nd century. And all those things, they're like, no, Jesus is perfect. But when you embody that in an anthropomorphized lion, then I finally can have that conversation with people, and it works.
That's excellent. So my first question to the panel, and I think we'll have to go with I'll start, I'm going to direct this at Carrie, but I think everybody should chime in if they have anything. I am really curious, in the wake of COVID, I think what's funny is when I think of Freethought, among the words that come to mind are skeptic and research, and yet when it comes to COVID, if you say you are a vaccine skeptic who has done their research, I know that you stand against everything that I support. And I just think it's such an interesting, I don't know, it's an interesting inversion of the values that I think we all hold. And I would like to know if you all have experiences in dealing with that in the last, I guess, going on 2 years now of COVID, of people. It's so interesting because I find myself being like, no, stop doing research and start listening to authorities and not questioning. It's like, what? That's the opposite of what I thought we stood for. Carrie, I know, I'm not sure if you want to share, but I know you have a story of talking to a friend about vaccination. I was just curious for people's thoughts on being a skeptical free thinker in this day and age when those things seem to be able to go really awry when it comes to vaccines.
Yeah, well, I think you're focusing the question in the right area. There would be, there's a temptation for a lot of people to hear that and really focus in on the word skeptic and say, but you're not a skeptic. A skeptic is what I am, and that's not what you are. And I think that's a losing battle. I think you're asking the right question, which is, okay, this person considers themselves a critical thinker. This person has been reading something, cares about information, and so how do I harness those values together with them and answer the questions they've got in a respectful way. Ross and I tried to do that with my very best friend, Claire, in a recent interview. So Claire had never been vaccinated. She's 38. And I've known her since we were high schoolers. And I know Claire, she's my best friend. I know her really well. She's brilliant and empathetic and cares about science, and she's a friend of Ross's too. We can, vouch for all these things. And yet when something is taught to you as a child, it's really hard to undo. It's just really hard. And especially something that's been laden with this sort of creepiness that vaccine denialism is, where you're basically told they're going to inject you with poison. Even if your higher mind knows that's not true, that is a really, really difficult thing to overcome. So she had a number of questions, and she was basically like, convince me. Like, my higher mind knows, and yet I still am up at night worried about this. And like, I want to do this for society. She was more concerned with, contributing to her community than with her own safety. And so I know I need to do this. I know it's the ethical thing to do. And yet I don't want to walk through that line crying. I want to be a little more reassured. So we did what I think a lot of shows and friends hesitate to do, which is we said, we're going to take these questions totally seriously. We're not going to worry about your level of sincerity on every single one. We're going to treat them like they're all sincere, which I think they probably were, but who knows? And we're going to bring in a vaccine expert. We're going to tell him, you're smart, you're nice, you mean this, and we're going to make him answer you without being snooty. And so we did that, and it was wonderful. Like, we have had some negative comments, but the vast majority have been so positive. And I would say, I hope this is a little bit of a wake-up call to people who share our views. I think all of the negative comments that I've seen were from people who never needed convincing. They were from fellow vaccine acceptors who were like, you're platforming this weird view. What are you doing? Everyone who I heard from who like had a loved one who was concerned about this or themselves had concerns was like, you addressed some of these. And then finally, I feel like I'm being treated like a person. And so Claire went and she got her vaccine, and it was really tough for her the first time. By the time she got her booster, she was like, you guys, I'm like a veteran vaccine receiver. This is no problem. And she came back on the show and was telling all our listeners, like, if you're worried, don't worry, you got this. So yeah, that was really, really rewarding.
You got her hooked. She's out in there vaccinating every day. She can't quit.
Yeah, they're like, that disease isn't in this country, Claire. And she's like, give it to me.
Show of hands, does anybody else have thoughts on the topic of, go ahead, Ian.
Well, we talk to people like this almost daily on our on our podcast, and I think that we have a hard time doing exactly what Carrie just said, which is the right approach. And when I do it that way, it works. I've convinced many people so far. I mean, not many, but for me, I'm like, wow, probably 5 or 6 people now that have been like, no way, it's Bill Gates trying to watch me, watch TV or whatever they think is going, to like the crazy stuff, to like, okay, I got my vaccine. But I've had this too, where some people, you lay it all out. I just call it playing dumb now. I just ask questions. I go, oh, so, and what information would help you?
And why would the lizards benefit by all of it? Like stuff like that. Like, why would the lizard people want us to all inject this and everything?
And then, and like Carrie said, treat it. If someone goes, well, Bill Gates is trying to, control us. I try to answer it, oh, well, let's look and see how that would happen. How many millions of monitors would Bill Gates have? Who would he have monitoring all these monitors? And take it seriously. But it's so hard when you hear it over and over. And some people, they say they're skeptics, and what they mean is they're cynics. They're just trolls. They want to, no matter what you throw at them, it's going to be the government this or the media this. And those people are almost impossible, I've found sometimes, to get around, no matter how you do it. And it's the same thing with climate change. They call it climate skepticism. It's not skepticism, it's cynicism. And it's like, how do you deal with it when they have their own set of facts? Sometimes, no matter how many facts you give them, they say, whose facts are you talking about? Or you can say, here's 99% of the world's experts. And they'd be like, yeah, but who's paying those 99% of the world's experts? And why should I believe your facts over my facts? And that's just, it's really hard to get around. And some people, I think it's like religion. They just will never get, some people will never get past it. It's really religion.
I suppose if there's nobody else on that topic, just to round it out. I loved Carrie's approach, and I love that episode. And my first thought was how great that is. My second thought was what an uphill battle that was to convince one person who you already had a personal relationship and a rapport with, who already seemed to kind of want to be convinced. And it just made me think, like, how could we do that on a larger scale? It already was such a, there was already so much legwork involved, either by you or by her or by, that went into Claire changing her mind. And I guess it strikes me that we all have a lot of work to do. And the place to do it, it seems like, is maybe more in our personal lives than trying to be snarky online. Like, that doesn't seem to be contributing to the solution a lot. We've got a question in the Q&A from Margaret to Cheryl on what part of Louisiana are you from? And I want to tie that together with you referenced in your background that you wrote a book called Firing God, and your face was on it. And I would love you to talk a little bit more about that experience of, I guess, coming out in that kind of big way in that community.
Yeah. So I'm from Terrebonne Parish in Louisiana. We have parishes, not counties. And that's about, I don't know, like 30 minutes south of New Orleans. So the city is Houma. You may have heard that a lot with this last hurricane, but I'm from Houma, Louisiana. So yeah, Firing God was something that I said, in my bedroom one day when I was just frustrated with trying to be better There was not one time when I did not want to be a Christian. Like I was never looking for a reason not to believe in God or anything like that. But, you know, I was in my 30s. I was in my second horrible marriage. And I was wondering, okay, I'm chosen. God loves me. He sees me. He hears me, all this stuff. But, you know, I'm miserable. I'm absolutely 100% miserable. What am I doing wrong? Okay, do I need to find another church? Am I not praying enough? Am I reading the wrong books? I mean, you know, because it was always me. It was never anything else. If I wasn't happy and blessed and all that, is because I was doing something wrong. Okay. So that day in my bedroom, I was just tired. Like I couldn't do anymore. And the way I describe it is it's like muscle failure. You know, when you're lifting weights and no matter how much you want to continue to do it, once you're at muscle failure, you're done, okay? Because you are literally physically unable to lift that weight. And that's how I was, you know, emotionally, psychologically, everything. Okay, it was just failure. So when I got to that point, all I had left in me was to tell the truth, okay? And that was, you know, God, and I'm still thinking I'm talking to God here, okay? I don't love you. I don't know you. I said, you can F off and I'm never reading the Bible again. And I said, you're fired. Okay. So it was at that moment when it was like a weight was just lifted off of me that I didn't even know I was carrying. Okay. Apparently I've been carrying this weight around for years. And in that moment I saw, you know what, Cheryl, everything you've been believing is not true. It's just not true. It was an amazing moment for me. It really was. And it was scary as hell. Because I'm like, that's what I built my life on. That was my foundation. I mean, if that's not true, then like nothing else that was built on top of that is true, which was almost everything, you know? So it was a process. It was definitely a process. And I remember calling my sister, my oldest sister, because, you know, in Christianity, you backslide and then you come back and, you know, you get back into the fold, however they say that. I told her, I said, you know what? I can't come back because there's nothing to come back to. Like it was, whatever was there was just gone. It was absolutely 100% gone. So I couldn't go back, you know, because there was nothing there. And so that's what the book is about. And and I wrote it because I was so excited to see not just that, you know, I'd been wrong about God and the Bible and heaven and hell and all that, but in that same moment, I saw that, Cheryl, you can actually make a choice. Like, yeah, you're born into this thing, you're born under these rules. And so you feel like it's like, you know, like the laws of physics. Okay, this is just the way the world is, you know, but that's not true. You can actually make a different choice. And that's what I wanted Firing God to be about, is to let people know, hey, you know, you can make a different choice. These are not the laws of physics, okay? You can do something else.
I want to give one more reminder to the audience to ask questions. Use that Q&A button. I think if you can't see it, there's like 3 dots you could probably click on to find it. If you ask a question of any of our panelists here, odds are high that it will get answered. So please do so. And but follow-up questions to Cheryl. That's interesting. How you described that process. It sounded really internal. It sounded really like you, and I'm just wondering if it was, or if there's any books, anybody who kind of influenced your thinking, or if you really did just have this, like, I'm going to go in a room with my brain and figure this out moment and leave religion that way. Because that's a pretty unique story. I don't know that I've heard a deconversion story quite like that.
You know, it was, and I told somebody this too at the last event I attended, is even today, like, I don't know how I'm not still a Christian. I mean, I was so in there, you know what I mean? It's just fascinating to me that I don't believe that, you know, anymore. And it was internal, because I heard about people who didn't believe in God, but they were like aliens or something. Like, how could you not believe that? That's just ridiculous, you know? And I was always dismissed it, but I didn't read, you know, any skeptic books or any, because y'all were going to hell, why am I going to read anything about, about that? You have nothing, you're not saying anything that I need to hear, okay? So it was nothing like that. But the last book that I did pick up was, I was reading, this guy was telling me how to be a better Christian, okay? It was that book. And in that book, it said, you have to, he said, like, get rid of all your Stephen King books, or one of these authors, it said. And when I read that,
is this just a bitter rival of Stephen King? Like, it's just not even got into it.
I got so angry when I read that, because I was like, here it is again. You're not good enough. You're not doing everything you need to do, So, and it just rolled on after that. So that's what it was. It was really me being too exhausted to pretend like I knew God and loved him and, was going to heaven, and, because that took a lot. I really succeeded in believing all that stuff so I could get something else. Okay. So I could get heaven and eternal life, because, otherwise there's no reason for heaven and eternal life and all that stuff. Right. So that was a lot of effort that I saw. That weight that I was talking about, it was carrying all those beliefs with me because they weren't true. Like, I don't have to carry true stuff with me because it's just there, but to have to keep reinforcing these beliefs, knowing that they were not, not the truth, was just heavy, So, so it's very much internal, very much an internal process.
Yeah. It's interesting. It reminds me, like, one of the things that is interesting about not believing in God anymore is there is a logic puzzle that you can get yourself in that can keep you in the belief. I mean, it's not hard to, as much as I think as atheists, we love to poke holes in the logic of religion. I think it's actually not that hard for religious people to construct a coherent way that it makes sense. And so therefore it's not as simple as like, well, A doesn't equal B, so therefore no. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't really, makes it, like, for example, I love how you put it in firing God. I've always thought, like, who died and made God God? Like, why does God get to be God? That's a cush gig, like, what is the luck of somebody just, I'm in charge of everything. This is amazing. Everything I say goes. And it's just like, in my mind over time, it's like, that isn't just, like, whatever that is, I don't know what is behind that, but that's not fair. And if God is supposed to be this all like super benevolent, fair thingy, that just doesn't work. And stuff. And I had a friend who was, I don't know, I guess a more sophisticated Christian. I don't know if that's the right word, but they're, when you talk to believers who have examined their beliefs versus those who haven't. And his answer was always, well, like, God is perfect, knows everything. So it makes sense. Like, and he had this, like, ironclad, like, well, it will make sense. You can't, how could you question whether that's fair? God, and there's not really a response to that beyond like, nah, like, I don't really buy that. So it reminded me of that. Now, we have several questions in the Q&A asking about deconversion stories. I always love those too. And I think perhaps we can give Ross a chance, more time on here to get to know him. Ross, do you want to go more into your deconversion story?
Oh, well, sure. I've loved what's been said here. And I think any of us on this panel, anyone in the audience, would make a better God than God, because we can all point to things that if I were omniscient, I would send a few lightning bolts over here or here or here. But another thing that's just been on my head in all these conversations and came up in the chat is just the power of storytelling. And I think that's what we do as podcasters and authors here on the panel is tell these stories. And as much as we want to be rational, reasonable people, it really comes down to the stories that we tell ourselves, the narratives that we're part of, that we feel belonging to. And so that's just something important to keep in mind as we communicate with anybody. What is the story that's going on in their head, and where do we meet them in the middle? So sorry, that's just me decompressing a little bit. But you asked about my deconversion. And for me, it really was like a road to Damascus, except it was just driving to Northern California. I had been for
Road to Redding or something. You got to come up with a catchy place.
Santa
you were driving.
Cruz, yeah, the road to Santa Cruz. Yeah, Redding is a little more alliterative. But I had been kind of learning about evolution, which was new to me because I had been raised, kind of like you did, Alexis, with these Bob Jones university textbooks, learning how to refute evolution. And I did a bit of that in college. But then once I actually learned the science, I realized, oh, wow, it's not just correct, but it's like compelling. This is really powerful. No wonder they didn't want me to know this. What else didn't they want me to know? And I was meeting out gay people for the first time. And, later on, I found out that I knew people in high school who were gay, but who were not, of course, comfortable to share that. And so that was a new phenomenon. I didn't feel right saying the whole love the sinner, hate the sin thing. That was not comfortable for me. And so, but it took a year and a half. These like deconversions are not instant. They don't happen in the span of a conversation. They don't happen overnight. So I had like a year and a half of just this kind of like building angst, cognitive dissonance. And very much like Cheryl, I was just like so internally upset. And I knew this wasn't working, and God and I needed to have a conversation. So on this road to Santa Cruz, driving north, I had it out with God, and I just said, hey, I know, it's a wicked generation that asked for a sign, but Gideon was able to put the fleece on the ground and he got dew on the fleece, but then the next day he got dew on the ground and not on the fleece. This is how like into the Bible I was, that I was making these analogies. And I was saying, so, that I need something more.
I feel like you're like a Trekkie going up to William Shatner. In episode 3, you did the fleece thing. And
it's 100% that. So yeah, I went full Trekkie on God and said, you know what, I promise, this is my promise, I will always remain open. And I still feel very much, beholden to that promise, but I'm going to try looking at the world a different way. And it was just finally making that reordering of priorities where my value of truth finally like rose above like my value of God, that I could question that allowed me to switch everything around. And for me, it was a physical sensation. I got out of the truck to fill up on gas, and all of a sudden I realized, oh my goodness, it's just atmosphere and then space. And like there was this panic moment, like where I wanted to hold on to things because I thought it was going to fall into the sky. And it's only gotten better since then. Things have made more sense, not less.
Well, maybe going over to Alexis now. Alexis, it's funny. It strikes me that I'm like the polar opposite of you. Like you were forced to memorize the Bible at a young age and all that. And I had no experience with the Bible at all. So I kind of invented my own version of the Christianity I saw, like, cause we went to like casual Christian church, whatever. And I just invented a version of it that made sense. And then I realized that that's not actually what people believe. So I was like, oh, weird. What do you believe? Anyway, I want to throw that question to you, maybe talk a little bit more about your deconversion. And also I wanted to ask, and maybe we can open this up to the panel afterward, your experience with family, with how, it sounds like you were really in it. And I imagine family, friends, community have tough reactions to leaving religion like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So my deconversion, or deconstruction as the kids call it now, was definitely started with prayer, the validity of intercessory prayer, because intercessory prayer, unlike meditative prayer, that prayer does good things to your brain chemicals, so it does a physical thing. So to say the effects of prayer aren't real isn't science. Science is like, yeah, no, it's doing something. Intercessory prayer is the magic thoughts, and behind those magic thoughts is an active and powerful being doing that work. So, and I apologize, I tend to say religion instead of Christianity, using both terms interchangeably. I am talking about Christianity, specifically American Christianity. We would call ourselves Judeo-Christian. I spent a semester of college in Israel studying, biblical archaeology, biblical history. So I had those roots, but really it was American Christianity that I was involved in, which has cultural things, and it has a very different version of Jesus than the biblical canonized Jesus from Protestant religion. Like our Jesus is hippie, peacenik, loving, turn the other cheek, not the original, end times, don't have a savings account, I will come back in these people's lifetimes, definitely not 2,000 years later. Take a sword to your family. Gentiles aren't great. That kind of Jesus was the kind my church embraced. So we were very xenophobic and racist growing up. And then, my school curriculum reinforced that with saying apartheid in South Africa was a good thing, and we're separate but equal with the races. It was messed up. So deconstructing that started with like those ideas, like, am I really a second-class citizen for my gender, stuff like that. But prayer, so I decided to pray to a fork instead of God and see if anything changed. And I did it one time, then felt completely miserable, like I had sinned. And I prayed to God, like, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this. Then I changed the test, the Gideon fleece test, which is what I was calling it too. And I said, okay, instead of praying to a fork, which is blasphemous, I'm not going to pray. I'm not going to pray for 6 months. And I prayed to start this experiment. God, you're going to make my life miserable. I totally understand that. It's, I know what I'm getting into. So sorry for this. And then my life got so much better in those 6 months because I had been using prayer the way any really fundamentalist, literalist, firm believer would, as like, if bad things happen, you didn't pray hard enough, or God's teaching you something because it has to have meaning. And so I would pray instead of sleeping. I would pray, or I would feel bad at the end of the day if I hadn't prayed. So because I was using it so, like a Pharisee, it wasn't working for me. And when I stopped entirely, my life got better. My daughter had a surgery around this time. I think it was the one to cut and rotate her legs. She had severe physical disabilities. And it was the best surgery we'd ever had because I was well rested. I was like, the pressure was off me to like beg this God to do right by her. And the years before that, she had not been doing as well as other, a few other kids with her disability that I'd been following. One had an atheist family, one had a pagan family, one was Singapore, and I think they were polytheist, and they're all praying or not, and I'm praying to the right God, and I'm not seeing the blessings. And so once I deconstructed that intercessory prayer, it doesn't affect things more than circumstances, wealth, and also it's not helping me in my life. And then the God behind it might not be real. And then I think I was reading David McGathy, just the definition of an atheist, and went, wow, I'm the only true atheist in the world. Because the definition of atheist we'd been given growing up was that they hate God. And I didn't hate God at all. I just genuinely didn't think there was any evidence for this God of Christianity. So I became, just so you all aware, the only atheist in the world. And It does, like Cheryl said, like, what's your identity after that? I'm a 31-year-old woman Googling things like, is hell real? Because I don't know anything. All my foundations are gone. And then just reconstruction is such a longer process than deconstruction sometimes. And I'm still 10 years later reconstructing, like, what are my beliefs and how baseless or not are they?
You took a very scientific approach. It's so interesting. Whereas for me, I just take a more personal grudge against God. Like, what, again, another thing, think about how evil that is. Like, should I cure this kid's cancer? Well, is their parent praying hard enough? I can't hear you. I haven't heard that. You're like an MC at a concert. It's like, I said, how are you, Detroit? And if you don't get a loud enough response, you're not going to cure the kid's cancer. I mean, how evil is that? It's absurd when you think about it. Once you drop the, I don't know, this really culturally reinforced feeling that, like, well, God's in charge and it's up to us to show the problem. And I can also remember identifying with that as well. And I don't mean to belittle the people who are in that mindset, because I was there too, like thinking like, oh, I need to do these things for God. But once you get out of it, it's so interesting to think about how truly evil that would be. If you required a certain amount of prayer points to all right, I guess I'll cure that childhood cancer over there, but not that one, because that's a different, they worship someone else, and I really need the worship points. I want to buy that next, like in the iPhone game of prayer. I don't know what it would be. What is the possible scenario where that would make sense? Anyway, still time to maybe squeeze in one or two final Q&A questions, audience, if you are asking. We've got a couple about leaving religion. I don't know if anyone else wanted to talk about that, about friends and family and those reactions. Oh, I see your hand, Carrie. I thought you've just been annotating the entire meeting in the chat very expertly. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, Thomas, because you and I have been friends since college, and were you Christian in college?
No, no,
Oh.
So the only time I can really remember being religious is when I was too young to really think otherwise. And I would kind of invent these, like, I invented a version of it where I was like, well, hell wouldn't be real because that's like, why would that make any sense? Why would somebody who's all powerful, first off, why would they need anything from us? Like, what do you need? What do you need me for? Like, what, you don't need to like talk to you and stuff. Why would you need that? You're all powerful. And I invented this version that I guess was kind of like a deism, in my mind. And then once I saw that people in my church actually weren't that, I just assumed everybody was, because all the grownups must be smarter than me. Like they must all, not believe in this hell stuff because that's ridiculous, just to take one example. And when I saw that they actually did believe that, I was like, oh, okay, so then I'm not that then. And then eventually, very early on, the earliest I can remember identifying as an atheist was when I was 16, but I think before then I just can't really, put my finger to it. But I always wanted it to be true because I just wanted there to be some bigger meaning, behind everything. I would love there to be somebody in charge and for this to all make sense somehow. That would be like the best thing ever. But like, it's just not compatible with the world we live in. The injustice and and we've seen that in the last few years a lot like that. Sorry, this world isn't compatible with a being that both is benevolent and, powerful and would ever want to do anything for us. And I refuse to believe, I just cannot believe that what's really going on is they're teaching us some broader lesson or so, like that's evil. If that lesson involves millions of kids starving to death on your planet, then that there's no lesson that can justify that. But you should have talked, Carrie. I wanted to hear more from you.
Oh, about why I left belief?
Maybe, or let's see, we got another question here. Yeah, so we have other questions. I'm realizing though they're addressed to specific people. I would like to know, and I'll start with Carrie, and if anybody else in the waning minutes, given that the theme of the event is the 20-year history, I'm just curious, I think, Carrie, this might be a good one for you to answer. Maybe talk a little bit about how your relationship to the movement of skepticism, atheism, free thinking has evolved in that time period, or whatever the actual relevant time period would be for you. It's a broad question. Yeah. I realize we now have 4 minutes left. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I left belief right around 2008 was, there's long ways to tell this story and short ways to tell this story, right? Where there's like an exact linchpin moment where everything fell apart. And then there's the long version where it's like, well, no, actually there were a bunch of little things that contributed. But that sort of like final exit was in 2008. And so I did really need a soft place to land after religion. I needed like a community to hold me. I needed a sense that there was still ways of taking your values and turning those into community. And I had just read Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion. That was one of those many things that, many straws on the camel's back, if you will. And in the back of the book, there was a list of different organizations, and one of them was the Center for Inquiry. And then I didn't even know there was a Center for Inquiry in LA, but I happened to drive by it and was like, wait, that's in the book. So I ended up going to CFI for lots of events. And one was a book club. That's where I met Ross. Now Ross runs the book club. And yeah, so for a while there, I was really, really in it. And then I also worked for the James Randi Educational Foundation for half a year in 2012, which ended in a puff of smoke for reasons we won't get into. But yeah, I did come to just not really want or frankly like appreciate that kind of community. It wasn't the people in it in particular, some of the people in it, but for the most part, it was just like, I think I outgrew the need. And I found that I needed support and community in different ways that had nothing to do with my lack of belief or anything like that. I also find it, I I habitually see things as an outsider, which can be a flaw and a strength. For me, I am always, if there are 99 of us in the room who are in group and one of us who's out group, I'm thinking about that one person. I'm thinking, how does this look to them? That's in my nature and always has been. So by nature of that, I'm not a good organizer. I'm a good outreach person, but I'm not a good organizer of like community. And so labeling myself a skeptic, I never really liked. I still don't, because to me, I'm like, well, that one person is now like, oh, she's not even going to believe me anyway. And the one person is the one I care about. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask or the perfect person to ask. I don't know, but I think yes, I'm not into it. I support all those who are.
Yeah, I think, and it is a reminder that everybody's in a different place. When you tell your story, I think there are people who, maybe do need that soft landing still, and there's plenty of room for different approaches. I'm so sad that we're out of time. I one more question. Okay, we've got less than a minute. Very quick answer. I want to go to Cheryl and answer Nadia's question. How is Thanksgiving and Christmas going to be for you after coming out with the book?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm still eating good food with the family, and we're still together, just not.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Glad to hear it. And I'm so sorry we are out of time. I can't believe it. I would have loved to hear more from each of you, but this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, panelists. And go to the website to find all the bios and the relevant places where you can hear more from all of us. Really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yes. Another round of applause, everybody, for all the authors' podcasts. You can purchase their books at the registration table near this. Oh, wait, never mind. You can follow them on social media at your favorite podcast apps. Alexis's book will be out later this year. And as Thomas just said, you can go to freethoughtday.org. Looking up to make sure you can see all the people's bios and where you can follow them. .org. And speaking of writing, we are very proud to bring a young writer to the stage at California Freethought Day. To introduce our scholarship winner, please welcome committee member Angela Garvey.
Hello, my name is Angela Garvey, and I am chair for our scholarship committee. First, I want to give a shout out to Robert Nicholson for sponsoring our scholarship program again this year. Our prompt this year is about optimism. In addition to our annual high school scholarship essay contest, this year to celebrate our participation in the Big Day of Giving, we added a new scholarship this spring, writing and posting a haiku on TikTok or Twitter. Both the haiku and essay scholarships used the prompt, how can science, activism, social justice, secularism, or free thought give you a brighter future? We received many wonderful entries, but the ones that stood out in both the haiku contest and essay contest were written by Sailor Alfonso from San Diego, who is our Grand Slam winner. A little bit about Sailor. She is a high school senior whose resume includes being founder and president of the UNICEF chapter at her high school, secretary and social media manager for Science Olympiad, VP and head of community service and events for the California Scholarship Federation, secretary for National Honor Society, peer counselor and tutor, school ambassador, and she's a varsity swimmer. And I don't know about you, but I am feeling very, very optimistic about having a brighter future because of Sailor Alfonso. Congratulations, Sailor. Take it away.
Hi, thank you, everyone. So my name is Deborah Alfonso, and I'm a senior at Rancho Bernardo High School in San Diego, California. And I'm this year's essay scholarship winner and one of the haiku scholarship winners as well. And I'd like to read my winning haikus and essay that circulate around my experience as a young adult with secular values in my environment. So my haikus are as follows. Enlightened and free, no more shadows on the wall, vacate Plato's cave. From facts follow truth, subjugate the subjective, pursue our science. Now I will read my winning essay. As I stared down at my clasped hands, the high school student at the front of the room fiddled with the projector. A dark image was projected onto the board, but it soon began to take shape into the image of a galaxy. My eyes widened immediately, and I quickly pushed my hair out of my face. To my middle school self, the high schooler that was projecting the galaxy at the front of the room was a star. Simply having the courage to stand up there with an audience and to passionately talk about the inner workings of our universe was something that I could not even fathom myself doing. As they talked, I listened to the way their words so passionately combined with the mathematical explanation of our galaxy. After my first Science Olympiad meeting with the Galaxy presentation, I went to every single one of my event meetings. As I diligently dove more into depth into the field about science, time fluttered away. I had always secretly felt like an outcast for not believing what my friends or society believed in, and found myself questioning everything that did not have proven evidence. I loved the way that science told me truth, distinguished fact from fiction. I felt at home knowing that there was physical evidence for everything that was being taught in Science Olympiad. Previously, I was simply confused about whether things could be supported without any clear reason. However, with science, I saw a clear path that inspired me to learn about every single field. Speaking publicly had been something that I usually avoided, but with science, I did not have to think of what to say. Everything flowed to me so naturally, because science simply explains itself. This comforting piece of knowledge carried me to developing myself as a more open person, thanks to the drive and inspiration that science fuels in me. Years later, I now stand in front of my own middle school audience. Only this time, I am displaying a genus Titanus fossil, an ancient giant bird incapable of flying away from the terrors of its Pliocene period. All of my presentations start out with that picture of the galaxy that was first projected to me, because science is the basis of all life and existence on our planet. My specialty subject became teaching about fossils, the natural pieces of life that prove the clear correctness of scientific calculations to when life began. It is thanks to science that I've come out of my shell as a person. As the basis of my development, it gave me the assurance and courage to publicly speak in front of broad audiences. This translated over into being granted leadership opportunities where I now speak to over 250 people at any given time at my school club meetings. I will continue to grow into my brighter future, all thanks to science and reason. That was my written essay. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Selah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you guys both. And do we have donors we were going to thank as well, including who is it? Including Robert Nicholson, and there's a scholarship impact, something that I was, but do you have something you can say about that, Angela? As far
Yes. Robert's been terrific with us every year for the last number of years, donating the funds for our scholarship. So thank you again, Robert.
Cool. And so next year's scholarship opportunities will be worth $2,000. Is that correct? And so be sure to follow you guys on social media and see our announcements as well. And well, thank you so much again, Sailor and Angela. Appreciate your time. Thank you guys. All right. And we're going to go. Yes, all right, cool. I want to make sure it was me. And we're going to go on. We've got a great comedian. Unfortunately, a lot of you were probably looking forward to Leanne Lord, my good friend. Leanne. Leanne could not make it today. Unfortunately, she promises that she will be here next year. She'll make it up to us. Yeah, in her place, though, I'm thrilled to bring to the stage a good friend of mine. And sorry, one second. I just want to make sure. All right, good. All right. A very good friend of mine who's a comedian who I helped get involved with this. And I'm so glad he could make it. He is the co-host of the Greatest Podcast. He's part of the on-camera talent for Reboot It on YouTube. He's a nationally touring comedian with a unique outlook as a once white trash new age person who turned into an atheistic nerd. His ideas and stories get laughs all across the country. Please welcome Mr. Ron Swallow. What's up, Ron?
Not much. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm pretty excited. I did not know you would be reading the bio as my introduction. I might have given a different introduction. Very excited to be here, though.
I went with what they gave me, Ron. I apologize.
It is not your fault. This is my fault. I really. It's funny. Last night I was like so glad I don't have to follow Sailor and do comedy after beautifully written essay and haiku, but now here we are ready to tell you guys some goofy jokes. But you know what's interesting, because of the last panel, I kind of going to go into a little bit of a story mode here. And thank you, my Yoda t-shirt is awesome. So here's the story mode. I did grow up white trash. My dad was a hippie, and we would basically go camping for like 6 to 8 weeks out of a time, which, if you don't know, basically just means that you're homeless. I did not realize that, though, until he married a lady and we moved into a house, and it was wonderful because we had this thing called air conditioning. I don't know if you've heard it. It's pretty amazing. Totally beats the out of doors. So I'm involved with this thing. My dad's a hippie, and he's like super kind of new age hippie, although he used to be a Christian. Because here's a crazy thing. If you guys think you're more white trash than me, I can guarantee you're not, because my grandma was on Sally Jesse Raphael and Geraldo. And this is how I found out. When some guy came up to me and was like, hey man, oh, by the way, my name is Ronald Edward Swallow III, because as you already know, there is no God, clearly. If your name is that, there is no God, period. Sorry, guys, that's just how it works. Although that's not how I got to it. I'm gonna talk about that in a second. But so I'm growing up in this kind of like, my dad eventually divorced my mom. We moved into a trailer. It was a trashy trailer. It was super embarrassing. And then my dad abandoned me at 16 years old. And I was basically on my own. I had to get a fake ID to get an apartment. Most people get a fake ID to get hammered. Not this guy. I just wanted to have a place to live. So I go and I do that. And I had grown up in this religion. And to be honest, they actually helped me out during this situation. They really did. And here's the thing. If you guys have ever heard of The Secret, that is, The Secret is the religion that I grew up on. The Secret is based on the religion I grew up on. It's called Science of Mind, or religious science, which is not Scientology and not nearly as culty, but also pretty crazy. Their belief is that you can literally shape your entire life with just your thoughts. You think a thing, that thing will come true. But they also talk about the fact that if your life is not great, that's your fault. So when I was 16 years old, I spent a large amount of time just thinking, oh, well, my dad abandoned me because I was not a good person. And that's why. But really, he was just a drunk white trash asshole. I didn't know that until I got a little bit older. And my grandma, like I said, was super religious. And in a way, my dad abandoned me, made it so that I never saw them again. And that was wonderful because they toured around the country teaching gay people how not to be gay, which is weird to me because that's like teaching redheads how not to have freckles. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. But then, so for my whole life, while I'm involved with this religion, when I was 19, I was literally teaching kids about how to just form your own life with your thoughts, even though I basically kind of didn't believe it, but also did believe it because my life was terrible and I thought that was my fault. And I asked them one day, because a friend of mine had been mugged, I said, like, what do we tell people who've been mugged and or raped or things like that? And they come up to me and they go, well, you know, if they believed they were safe, they would have been safe. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. And then I left. But that's the part. But the weird part was then I just left the religion and I just looked for other religions because it never occurred to me that I could just not believe in God. Like, it never occurred to me until the weirdest thing, karaoke, which, by the way, if you guys don't sing karaoke, you should. And I'll give you reasons why. One, it's hilarious and it's fun. Two, you get to see the lyrics to songs that rock stars wrote, and they really thought about these lyrics, and they're real dumb. Like Kid Rock has the song Picture with Sheryl Crow, and in it, Kid Rock says, I'm fueled up on cocaine and whiskey. Wish I had a good girl to miss me. Well, maybe if you were less fueled up on cocaine and whiskey, there would be a good girl to miss you. Because generally, if you're filled up on cocaine and whiskey and you're hanging out with a girl, she is also fueled up on cocaine and whiskey, and she's going to burn your house down. So that's just one of the many reasons you should go to karaoke. But here's maybe another reason. If you're super wondering if you should be in some kind of religion because that's the only thing in your brain that should exist, like you have to do it, that has to be it, because there has to be a God, right? I'm sitting next to a guy, and for some reason, religion comes up, and I start making fun of all these small parts of religions that just bug me. Just a ton of stuff, because I studied a bunch of it. And I was just like, there's always inconsistencies, there's always this. And then he turns to me and he goes, hey, did you ever consider that maybe there just is no God? And literally, I had not. And at that moment, I just felt all of the guilt I'd always had about my life kind of being rough lift and disappear. And that's not to say that personal responsibility wasn't part of it, but I had no control over my dad deciding to leave. And people in third world countries have no control over, you know, doing, you know, having no water or anything like that. So it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, great. Now I'm free to be a regular person. Also started being nerdy, and being nerdy led me to science. I'm super nerdy, and this is the joke that I'm probably going to leave you guys on. I love Batman. I'm sorry if that's weird to you guys, but I think Batman's rad. Although I will say this, Batman should not be allowed to adopt any more kids. If you know anything about Batman, you know that he has had 5 different Robins, and 3 of them have died. I don't know about you, but a 3 out of 5 kill ratio for your adopted children, not too great. Also, how messed up is the Gotham Adoption Agency? Batman just shows up. He's like, hey, I'd like to adopt another kid. Oh, okay, I have plenty of time. I didn't know I had plenty of time. Hey guys, sorry. I got it. I look, guys, you're all putting nice comments. I cannot do 2 things at a time. I'm just gonna admit this to you right now. I have no skills at multitasking. Whoever can do that, you're amazing. And I appreciate all of you. I'm going to close this and I'm gonna shut this down so I could do my Batman joke. Anyways, it goes to the Gotham Adoption Agency. He's like, hey, I'd like to adopt another kid. And they're like, great. How are your other kids doing? And he's like, 3 of them are dead. It's like, sweet, here's another one. And also, if you think about it, Batman teaches these kids to be tough, right? He teaches them martial arts, gives them all the cool toys, the batarangs, the smoke bombs, all that cool stuff. Batman gets to wear a black and gray outfit and hide in the shadows. What does he give to Robin? Neon green cape and a bright red shirt with a yellow bullseye on the chest. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure you can call child services on that stuff. As a nerd, little things bother me. I don't like phrases people use that are lazy, like cliches, I guess. Like, have you ever been at a job, you don't like the job, your coworker turns to you and he goes, well, you're complaining at work. You're like, oh, I hate this job. Your coworker turns to you and goes, well, you do what you got to do. And then the guy's like, and you look at him, you're like, you do what you got to do. You know what? Screw you. How about you do what you got to do? I'm going to do half of what I got to do. Because that way, when I do what I got to do, it looks like I'm doing a whole lot more. Another annoying phrase is that maybe some people who believe in conspiracy theories probably use is whatnot. It is one of those phrases that people use when they can't think of what they want to say. And so they'll say something like, oh, I want to go to the grocery store and whatnot. But you shouldn't, that's probably not what they should say. It probably just should be, I want to go to the grocery store and I am stupid. I am not bright. Vocabulary words, not my bright point. Another phrase that bothers me is they use it when a guy dies doing some kind of crazy sport. You know, like I don't know, surfing or something, and the guy dies, and then they'll be like, well, at least he died doing what he loves to do. And I'm like, is he still dead? Because it still blows that. That's still terrible. Like if a guy dies base jumping, For those of you who don't know what base jumping it is not snorting cocaine on a trampoline. It's actually jumping off of high stuff with a parachute and just pulling it all of a sudden and hoping you don't die. And if that guy does die, they'll be like, well, at least he died doing what he loves to do. And I'm like, really? Because who here loves to plummet towards the earth while frantically trying to pull a string and wetting themselves? Because personally, not a huge fan of that. Also along those lines, you ever notice when a rock star dies of a heroin overdose, no one ever says, at least he died doing what he loves to do, even though it's completely true. Another phrase that bothers me, used by a lazy language, where like, for instance, I saw a guy who was helping some people move, and he didn't want to. One of his friends was like, he was asking his friend, he's like, I need more people. Calls his friend, and his friend's like, I don't have time to help you move. And then the guy goes, you suck, man, I hate you. And then the guy goes, well, you know what, dude, that's not a way to talk to me. You catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar. You catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar. Who is this guy trying to catch flies? First off, who's wandering around in their life, like, you know what I'm missing in my life? Flies. And I'm going to use vinegar to catch them because I'm a moron. You want to know the best way to catch flies, guys? Shit. Shit is the best way to catch flies. But I guess the phrase would not be so good as you catch more flies with shit. That probably not as good then at that point. So maybe it's fine to do it that way. Another phrase that always bothers me is like when someone invites you to a show and they'll be like, expect the unexpected. Doesn't it kind of ruin the unexpected if I am sitting there expecting it? That's like going up to someone and be like, hey, I'm going to surprise you right now. Kind of ruin the surprise. Also another phrase mostly used by meth heads is, know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? It always does seems to be a guy on meth who says that to you. It comes up to me, it's like, hey, know what I mean? Know what I mean? You're like, no, man, you need a subject and a verb. But if you want to know what that guy says, you can get someone from NA. They once spoke that language. Perhaps they can translate for you. So when the guy's like, hey, you know what, guys? I forgot that joke because I didn't do a previous joke. This is a callback. Hello, unprofessional? Yes. Next joke. I want to talk about touring around the country a little bit. I've gone on the road with Ian. He has generously let me go on the road with him, and it's been lots of fun. But we don't always go to great places when we go to shows. Sometimes you go to the most racist places you've ever been, or as I like to call it, Idaho. And when you go to Idaho and you're the white dude, callback missed and all LOL. Thank you. I'm glad I'm still funny. I told you. Okay. Stop reading things, Ron. Hello, guys. So when I go to places like Idaho, I become what I like to call the accidental racist. That's where you people don't know you're not racist, so they tell you their secrets. You go up to these guys and you're like, hey, hanging out or whatever. They'll come up to you after a show. They'll want to talk to you. They'll be like, hey, man, you were really funny. Can I tell you a joke? It's sort of racist. Like, no, man, you can't tell me that joke. And you also can't be sort of racist. It's like being sort of pregnant. It doesn't exist. You're either not pregnant or not racist or racist. No in between, buddy. And the funny thing about these guys is when they like you, they will change the whatever you say to mean something they like. They'll just change your words. They'll mix it around in their head and they'll make it something that they agree with. So for instance, I do this joke where I say, I don't like the phrase lazy Mexican because I don't know any. And I go, yeah, you know what? That's not true. I know some lazy Mexicans. If you change the word lazy to mean a guy who's willing to do backbreaking labor for $2 an hour less than most people bitch about just so his family have a better life, then yes, I know some lazy Mexicans. And the guy stands up right after I tell that joke. He goes, I know what you mean, man. I hate Mexicans too. And I was like, I don't know what conversation you thought we were having, dude, but that was not it. And they'll want to discuss politics with you too. One guy came up to me and he's like, hey man, you know what? I don't trust Obama because his name rhymes with Osama. I'm like, thanks, Dr. Seuss of politics. You got any more gems for us? Like maybe don't hang out with a larket during a bear market. I think that you should have to have a license to join a conversation sometimes. Sometimes that's what my brain says. I know you shouldn't, but part of me says like, I want to know, like you have to go to the DMV and prove that you can drive. I feel like there should be some kind of agency where you have to go prove that you can have a conversation and not be an idiot. You know, so that way when someone starts to say something that's stupid, I'm like, stop, let me see your license. That's a class S for shut up. Stop saying words, you're not good at it. I think the weirdest phenomenon in, are we done?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. I think the funniest phenomenon in the race world is also in the commercial world. Like for instance, McDonald's had the Monopoly game commercial where people win prizes. In it, black guy wins an entertainment system with gigantic speakers, and the white guy wins a yacht. Like, that's not even subtle. Have they met P. Diddy? He has many yachts. You know what I'm saying? So I wrote McDonald's a letter of like, this commercial is racist. You need to change it. And they actually did. They did actually change it. The black guy now wins a yacht with really big speakers. So it's so much better, so much better. Well, that's, oh wait, I do want to end with one joke. It's my favorite joke. I told it last night too, but I'm going to do it anyways because it's still my favorite joke. So the other day I was at a bar and I'm playing with this guy, a video game with this guy, keeps beating me at this game over and over again. And he turns to me and he's like, bro, I'll kick your butt at this game anytime, any place. And I'm like, that's presumptuous. Anytime, any place, huh? How about in the time of Jesus on the wing of a dragon? You don't know me. Maybe have a flux capacitor and a wizard. Maybe have one of those Terminator time machines that send me in the past naked. Sure, I'll be in the past naked, but where will you be? You'll be in the present, clothed, not beating me in the video game. And then who wins? Ron Swallow. Now, Ian knows this. You can come on, Ian.
Yeah, hey.
You know this. When we do jokes, we do it like 90, like when the jokes work, 95% of the time, we're supposed to keep those jokes, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when a joke works 75% of the time, what are we supposed to do? We got to throw it out, right?
You want to make it better, sure.
Yeah, either make it better or throw it out if you can't get it to work. Now, technically, that joke works about 75% of the time, but I get to make a dragon reference in it, so I don't give a shit.
There you go. And you know, Ron, this is exactly why I don't do Zoom shows.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's when the audience is heckling you or talking and you have to read it. It's like when you're when you're on the phone with somebody and you're talking to somebody on the phone and you can just go, you're reading something right now, aren't you? Because you are not remotely involved. There was one moment where I could tell you were going, somebody's typing. I'm like, turn off the chat. Turn off the chat.
For instance, right now
I got to turn off the chat.
We have to fill 4 more minutes. We have to fill 4 more minutes. Hey, actually, I wanted to ask you a question earlier, so I'm going to ask you that question now for the rest of this 4 minutes of time. I was
really quick. Ron Swallow, everybody. Ron Swallow. Thank you, Ron, for doing this last minute comedy when Leanne stepped out. So we really appreciate you doing it. And it's funny as always, man. And but yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, my question for you is, everyone in here seems to have escaped religion, including myself. You seem to have grown up in actual, like, non-religious household. Like, what was that like?
Oh, this is for the panel thing you had.
Yeah. What was that like? That's crazy to me.
You know, I mean, well, it's funny. Actually, I wish we had done this during the panel because Ross is from Santa Cruz, or Ross lived in Santa Cruz. His dad was my high school math teacher. But I grew up in Santa Cruz. There you go. No, in the 70s and 80s, Santa Cruz was a hippie commune. So for me, my dad was an atheist. My mom was a new ager. And I think it was like one of these situations where you have, you know, I just thought secularism was kind of what everybody, I still realize now when I find out that people I went to high school with were religious, it blows me away because I thought everyone was like me. And for the most part, a lot of people were. It wasn't a very religious place. It was new agey, and that was that kind of a religion, but which is not nearly as fundamental, you know, like, you know, ghosts and psychics and stuff like that is fun, but it's not, people don't like beat it into your head. So I didn't really think, I thought I was the normal one. And when someone would be like, oh, they go to church, I literally had these ideas of like, church people think atheists are like eating babies and, burning goats at a stake. I thought if someone said, oh, I go to church on Sundays, I thought they were like praying in tongues and, I assumed everybody was like what I saw, like Jerry Falwell or Robert Tilton, like Jesus comes and saves you. And I thought that was like, so if someone said, I go to every now and then I go to church on Sunday, I was like, back away, back away, crazy person. And then it turned out years later, I realized that most people went to church and had some sort of belief in God. And to me, that wasn't a revelation until I was in almost my 20s when I met my now wife, whose dad was a Catholic priest before he got married and had kids. And she enlightened me that everybody we went to high school with was fairly religious, and I had zero idea. So yeah, it's interesting, but well, cool. Well, that was great, Ron. One more time, everybody. Ron Swallow, please, Ron Swallow, give it up for Ron. And cool, we're gonna move on. Thanks, Ron. We'll talk soon. And yeah, and let's get maybe we get together and do some road work soon, Ron. That would be fun for me. We have before we move on though to our next person, I want to thank a few of our entry-level sponsors right now. I want to thank the Sacramento chapter of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the Freethought Society, and a few special individuals who donated at the sponsor level, including Joe Moreau, Rosalind and Russell Worrell, David Noel, Michelle Bear, Michael Newdow, Steve Campbell, Jerry Cummings, Mashariki Lawson Cook, and we also want to thank one very special anonymous donor who this year donated $10,000 to make today happen. Thank you so much, $10,000. If nobody claims it was me, just so you know. No, it wasn't. Anyway, but that's amazing, $10,000. And any donation helps. And to keep this going 20 years is pretty amazing. We'll hopefully another 20 or more. But right now I'm going to bring next to our stage Sarah Levin. Sarah is the founder of the Secular Strategies, a consulting firm that focused on secular voters, policymakers, and lawmakers throughout the country. Sarah comes from one of our sponsors, the Secular Coalition of America, where she was the director of governmental affairs. She's facilitated the first ever secular caucus in Texas and incorporated 3 new policies to their platform. She even helped the DNC pass a resolution that welcomed the religiously unaffiliated voters into the party. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Sarah Levin. Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
Hello, great.
Welcome.
Have a great time.
Yes, and have fun.
Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Also, echoing Ian, thank you for all the sponsors who made this happen today. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about secular strategies, but mostly I'm going to talk to you about Advocacy Day, which is tomorrow, and why we're doing an Advocacy Day and why that's important. So just a little bit about Secular Strategies. Ian already mentioned that it's a consulting firm that I founded about 2 years ago after 6 years at the Secular Coalition for America, doing a combination of governmental affairs and grassroots programs and wearing all the hats. And now I work with a number of organizations that are fantastic that you may or may not have heard of. I'll tell you a little bit more about them. Mostly nonprofits and political organizations, now also moving into startups, but all of my clients are seeking to advance separation of church and state, evidence-based policy, and most importantly, empowering non-religious people like ourselves to be more influential in our politics and in our culture. I was also actually raised by 2 atheists, so I was very tempted to jump into that conversation there. That's a huge reason why I actually ended up making a beeline for the Secular Student Alliance when I went to college at American University. So shout out to Secular Student Alliance, because here's a success story of an alumni staying in the movement, and really, really appreciated having that community to go to every week on campus. But because I never had that sort of journey of leaving religion, and especially since I went to school in DC, I was really, really interested in how we could impact or really dismantle Christian nationalism and Christian supremacy and all of these policies where religion and government were coming together. So that was sort of my entry into politics and advocacy. And one of my favorite things to do is what we're doing tomorrow, which is an Advocacy Day. all of you are constituents, hopefully registered voters. I want to remind you that as registered voters, you pay the salaries of your elected officials. They are there to serve you. And what's really exciting about doing state and local advocacy as opposed to federal advocacy that I did in DC is that the more local you go, the more accessible your elected officials are. And so for those of you that sign up for Advocacy Day tomorrow, thank you, that's awesome. And if you're doing it for the first time, which I think a lot of folks are, that's one of my favorite things to do, is to bring a constituent into a meeting with a lawmaker or their staff and show them how fun it is and how easy and accessible it is. Because this is really something that so few people do. So few people take the time to have a meeting with their legislator, that unfortunately what happens is that really organized groups that may not represent even close to the majority of the population get an outsized voice on issues. So, if you're someone who sees yourself as, I'm just not really into politics, one, politics is into you, right? It's everything that's going on is impacting your life, right? As well as your neighbors and friends. So, everything from, the pothole on your street to, crosses on public property to, public dollars going to private religious schools, all of those issues, that's all politics, right? Because we have elected officials making decisions about those kinds of things. So it's very important that we all be active, even if you don't consider yourself a political person. If you don't speak for yourself, other people will speak for you. And so tomorrow is really about empowering California constituents to make a difference. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Advocacy Day, and then I did promise I would talk a little bit about my clients, because I do want to make sure you've heard of all these awesome organizations. But so tomorrow we are lobbying on two bills, one which has already been introduced, which is SB 538, which is going to expand access to contraception in California. And we're also looking to introduce the California Healthcare Transparency Act, which is legislation drafted by American Atheists, which is a sponsor of Advocacy Day tomorrow. Thank you, American Atheists. I just want to take a second to really underscore how big of a deal it is that we now have organizations like American Atheists that are putting together legislation for us to proactively introduce. We are, all of us who are here, who are California constituents, we have a real privilege to be in a state where we can actually advocate proactively for legislation rather than being on defense, which a lot of folks in the country are on, trying to fight back bad bills. And I think our community has been just so used to this uphill battle that we kind of get in that mindset of what do we need to fight against? But there's so much opportunity in a state like California to actually be proactive. And if you haven't heard of the State of the Secular States report by American Atheists, you can check it out. California, there's no single state, including California, that has a perfect secular record, right? There are exemptions and all kinds of things that you would be really shocked to see. I mean, California, child marriage is still legal. There's only a few states that have made it illegal, right? So don't just assume that everything is fine and dandy. There's no work to be done in California. There's a lot of that work that can be done. In California also, this is what makes us particularly privileged to engage in advocacy in this state, is that California really sets trends for the rest of the country. And so by getting active as a community in California, we can have a nationwide impact. Brett, if you were here during leadership yesterday, talked about this, and we'll mention this tomorrow during Advocacy Day as well. And so when my appeal to all of you, even if you're not attending Advocacy Day tomorrow, is that Advocacy Day might be tomorrow, but you can advocate all year, 24/7, anytime. You can reach out to your legislators and have those conversations and build those relationships. And a lot of the leaders who were there yesterday, folks like Evan at Atheists United, and with the support of American Atheists, we can really do this year round and make a huge difference. I don't know if any of you have heard of ALEC, A-L-E-C, but it's one of these right-wing organizations that shops around bills to different states. And again, I just want to underscore how big of a deal it is that we now have a national organization like American Atheists doing the same thing, but from a secular perspective, right? Actually having real legislation that would have an impact on people's everyday lives that we can bring to legislators. And the Transparency Act has actually been introduced in a few other states. So that's really, really exciting. I hope all of you who have registered to attend tomorrow are excited. But if you weren't able to go tomorrow, you're excited about getting involved, just want to say, reach out to David, reach out to the organizers, reach out to the leaders that are part of this whole weekend, because this is something we can do year round. So let me tell you, and thank you, Sam, for throwing in the State of the Secular States report there. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the bills tomorrow, and then I'll tell you a little bit about my clients, and encourage you all to get involved with those organizations if you haven't heard of them. So first, SB 523. It does a lot of things, but the top line reasons that we're really throwing our support behind it, and it's already passed the Senate. So what we're trying to do is when the session kicks off again next year, we want to get it passed in the Assembly as well into law. So the big thing that it does of interest to the secular community is that it prevents religious employers from discriminating against individuals based on their reproductive health decision making. So a company cannot refuse to hire you or fire you or, discriminate against you because of your reproductive health care decision making. It also requires that insurance cover all FDA approved contraceptives, including over-the-counter contraception without a prescription. And another huge thing is it extends contraceptive coverage benefits to millions of Californians, including state workers, university employees, and college students. So again, you might think California is this, this liberal bastion that, we can't possibly have any gaps in contraceptive coverage, but that's not the case. And this bill really does a lot to further expand access to contraception to millions of Californians, addresses some of these issues around religious exemptions and employers that are using these religious exemptions. Yes, so those are the top line. Those are the top lines around SB 523. We're going to go into more detail tomorrow for those who are participating in Advocacy Day. But again, this is a great example of us being proactive, right? We're lining up right behind these big organizations, Planned Parenthood, NARAL, and being allies. And the great thing about having so you might ask yourself, well, why do we need to, if we have these other big organizations advocating, leading on these bills, what's our role? Well, the way that the secular community addresses issues, we have a different and unique and valuable perspective, right? The way that we talk about issues like reproductive rights and LGBTQ rights and medical aid and dying, it comes from a perspective of church-state separation and bodily autonomy. Our messaging is unique, and it's important for us to communicate to lawmakers the sort of root cause issue of a lot of these things, because too often these issues are seen sort of in silos. Like you've got these reproductive rights issues over here, LGBTQ issues over here, but we know, because we're concerned with things like Christian supremacy and paying attention to the bigger picture, we know that the opposition is pretty much the same, and they're using and weaponizing religious liberty to make it harder and harder to access healthcare, harder and harder for LGBTQ folks to be safe and have equal access to housing and employment and all of those things. And so we can really play an important role of bringing it back to why the role of religion and government and keeping those things separate. What does that have to do with access to contraception? And also a big thing we're going to be doing tomorrow is talking about our values, right? It's not just about talking about a specific bill or an issue. There's another reason that we engage with our lawmakers and with policymakers. It's to make ourselves visible. We are the fastest growing religious demographic in the country, but one of the most dangerous things that we can assume is that by nature of having that demographic advantage, that somehow our policies will suddenly become more secular, that as the country becomes more secular, that things will just change. And that's just not how things work. There are plenty of examples, I'm sure you can think of some, where the majority of Americans are here in a policy, but the policy is the opposite, right? Interest groups and minority groups that are not representative of the larger population, but that are very well organized and well funded, have a disproportionate impact on policy. We have this great opportunity where our numbers are just getting bigger and bigger, but if we do not organize politically, if we don't make ourselves heard, people will speak for us. We can't just assume that our perspective will be heard. And if you're part of a local group, which I know a lot of you are, these kinds of meetings are a great opportunity to put yourself on the map, right? Because what we want is we want elected officials and candidates when they're thinking about outreach to the community, when they're thinking about leaders in the community, because they go out and they do these events and they visit groups, they do photo ops. They've got their staff with a list of organizations that they might reach out to if they have questions or looking for where different organizations in their districts stand on certain bills. We want them to call us. We want them to be visiting the local secular community groups in their district, but they're not going to do that if they don't know that you exist. And it's a huge missed opportunity not to at least reach out once a year, just to let them know that there's, say, an FFRF Sacramento chapter, or the Atheist United is here in LA, right? The city council members in LA should all know that Atheist United is there and what they're doing and how they're serving the community, right? So that's what we need to work up to. It's about making that part of what we do as a community, right? Where we don't want to be too insular. We want to make sure that we're standing up and are visible with our elected officials. So let me tell you a little bit about the California Healthcare Transparency Act as well. Again, thank you, American Atheists, for putting this together. This is really a huge step forward for our movement to start thinking about how we can be proactive on these issues. So the California Healthcare Transparency Act is dealing with denial of care. Right now, and this is not just an issue in California, it's across the nation, you could go to a hospital or provider and be denied care that you need, not based on what's medically best for you, but because that provider is in a healthcare system that is faith-based, right? That is operating under ethical or religious directives. And often, because these systems are so huge, there's just no way for you to necessarily tell ahead of time that the clinic that you're going to might be part of a larger system that doesn't do things like prescribe birth control, doesn't do sterilization, won't do a tubal ligation procedure. And so right now, as it stands, federal and state law allows medical providers to deny care based on their beliefs. And that disproportionately, of course, affects women in the trans community. So we can't force them right now, unfortunately, to provide that care. But what we can do with legislation like this is increased transparency. So this bill would require providers to disclose to patients and the public which care they deny. So with that knowledge, patients would be empowered to choose medical providers who are going to give them the care that they need. So there's two main mechanisms for this. One is the patient at the point of care. So if this bill is passed into law, if you were going to, say, a Catholic hospital, they would have to provide you some information before they provide care, letting you know these are the services that we don't provide for non-medical reasons. There would also be a way for you to look it up online, because the Department of Health would be collecting that information from the providers. And the great thing about this is, of course, it's about empowering the patient to make decisions about their healthcare with all the information available, but it's also a great way to identify where there might be healthcare deserts in California. So we can have that conversation about with policymakers around, here's where you in California, here, and here, you have to drive miles and miles and miles to get a tubal ligation procedure or to get birth control, right? And that's a great step toward trying to figure out how we can address this larger issue of denial of care. So those are the two bills we're dealing with tomorrow. Again, there's so much more that maybe you're interested in, not just at the state level, but also think about the local level. Again, the more local you go, the more accessible your elected officials are. So I'm just going to quickly tell you a little bit about a few of my clients so you can get a sense of secular strategies and other organizations that you can get involved in. So Ex-Muslims of North America is a great organization. If you ever, if you know any ex-Muslims, if you are an ex-Muslim, you definitely want to check them out. We've been focusing mostly on the federal level with them on issues of getting shut down on Facebook. There's a lot of issues with Facebook right now. One of them, and a longstanding issue, has been that ex-Muslims in particular, but also atheists generally, are being shut down. Their pages and their profiles are being shut down because there are organized groups that organize false flagging campaigns where they report the content as being a violation of community guidelines, and then it just shuts the whole page down. This is a huge problem for folks who may be in areas where the only contact they have with other like-minded people is on Facebook and social media, because they might be living in a country where apostasy is you can be jailed or killed by the state. Or a target of mob violence if you are outed. So that's something that we've been working on with ex-Muslims of North America. Smart Recovery, if you haven't heard of Smart Recovery, I really can't talk them up enough. They provide thousands of free recovery support meetings across the country and around the world in an evidence-based and secular way. So this is actually, I just want to talk about the bill we're working on in New York, because this is totally something that could be done in California as well. And New York, like California, is a really great laboratory where you can get things done and shop them around to other legislatures. So Smart Recovery, the bill we're running in New York, it centers around what happens when someone is mandated by a court to attend a recovery meeting. And unfortunately, because the default, it tends to be 12-step programs, which are faith-based, we have all of these people who are mandated effectively to attend faith-based meetings. And every single time someone has had the resources and the know-how to sue, they win every single time. So there's a very well-established right that if you're told by a court you have to attend recovery meetings or treatment, you have a constitutional First Amendment right to a secular alternative. Problem is there's a real disconnect between those rulings in the courts and what's happening at the local level, right? And this is why legislative advocacy, like what we're doing tomorrow, is so, so important, because sometimes you need a legislative solution, even if a right has been on paper established in the courts. And so what we're doing with an openly non-religious legislator in New York named Harvey Epstein, he is sponsoring a bill with Senator Harckham, that would make sure that when a person is in that situation, they have a process where they can object to any religious aspect of the recovery meeting or treatment that they're being mandated to attend. And then the court has to provide that option for them. So that shifts the burden away from the individual who, if you think about who might be in this situation, the likelihood that they even know that they have the right to a secular option or that they have the resources to hire a lawyer to advocate for themselves, very unlikely. So this is a great example of something that we can do, that we're advocating for separation of church and state, we're promoting evidence-based policy, but we're also really impacting lives here, right? We can have a real impact on whether or not someone gets the recovery services they need, which can mean life or death for a lot of people. This is really compelling stuff that we can talk to our legislators about from the perspective of our values and why we care, right? So that's something that we're working on in New York. We could work on it in California, but definitely check out Smart Recovery. If you know anybody who is going through recovery, especially if they're going through AA and NA and not finding it resonating with them because of the faith component, definitely check out Smart and refer them. I want to make sure, I want to check on time. How am I doing on time, Ian?
So we've got about 4 minutes. We have 2 questions. Do you want to answer?
Oh yeah, let me skip to the questions. Yeah, let's do that.
It's up to you. If you want to keep doing what you're doing, we can. So, but if you want to answer the questions, the first one I'll bring up Judy answered. She said, what's the difference between talking, advocacy, and lobbying? And she says, I can't represent a 503c, right?
I'm so glad you asked that, because 501c3s can lobby and should lobby. That is a huge misconception, and it is really at our disadvantage that we have so many people who think that they can't. So 501c3s, American Atheist is a 501c3, right? Sam's favorite question. So Sam, if you could drop in those links to Boulder Advocacy, and you know what it is, any webinars you guys have done on that, you can lobby. And by the way, religious right groups and churches, they are lobbying. And sometimes they're not even lobbying within the letter of the law. They're just flagrantly kind of violating the law. We don't have to do that, right? You can lobby as a 501c3 within the letter of the law, make an impact, and not get in trouble, right? And it's really important that we do that, because our opposition is already doing that, right? And we don't want them to speak for us. So do not unnecessarily muzzle yourselves as an organization. We absolutely can lobby. So the difference, and this is part of the advocacy training tomorrow, between advocacy and lobbying, kind of at a high level. advocacy, basically all lobbying is advocacy, but not all advocacy is lobbying. There's a lot of ways that you can advocate. I mean, just changing hearts and minds, educating people, educating legislators, through media, through conversations with your own members. Advocacy can take many different forms. It's all the ways that you can move an issue, and moving an issue isn't just about policy, right? It's about changing hearts and minds, educating people about an issue that they may not even know exists. I mean, child marriage is a great example. A lot of people probably don't even know that it's legal in California and how it's impacting people. So if you wanted to move the needle of child marriage, you'd probably have to do a lot of advocacy around education and making the case for why it's an issue before you even move the needle on policy. But lobbying is when you are specifically asking a lawmaker or a policymaker to vote for or against, or support or oppose a bill or a regulation. So when you're making a direct ask, when you are meeting with an elected official and telling them about your local group and how you what your position is on certain issues, but you don't make an ask around vote for this, oppose this, you haven't lobbied, you haven't done direct lobbying. So that's really the difference. But even lobbying you can do, and quite a lot more than you might think that you can. So I really encourage all the 501c3s, totally get it out of your head that you cannot lobby, and please start doing it. We need you to. What's the other question?
And make an ask out of yourself. Okay. So it's funny because what you said goes right into it, and we do really quick. Kaylee had asked, she said, you'd mentioned that child marriage is still legal in California, blowing your mind. She goes, but what are some other major issues that we need to address from a secular perspective?
That's a great question. So I think the Transparency Act is a great one, because we do have a problem with an increasing amount of mergers between religiously affiliated and secular hospitals. And I know folks at American Atheists can probably drop some links around that. There have been bills passed addressing those mergers. So we're just dealing with the transparency around the providers and systems that already exist in California, that we want them to be more transparent. But there's a lot more we can do to kind of prevent this from happening by having more policies around what happens before those mergers happen, right? Regulating so that when a merger happens, that it's required that there isn't a loss of care if that secular hospital is being overtaken by a faith-based one, for example. There's other issues. I mean, I don't know of any state that has really addressed accountability for houses of worship in terms of their charitable status. That could be something to look at. There's other types of exemptions. Again, I would just reference the State of the Secular States report, which is already in the chat, and you can look for yourself. What are the specific policies where California is falling short on their secular record?
Okay, awesome. Well, Sarah, thank you so much. That was really great. And also all the work you've done is amazing. So everyone out there, you can follow Sarah on Twitter and Instagram. It's at Sarah M. Levin. It's with an H, right? Sarah with an H, M, Levin. And her organization, Secular Strategies. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
And we're going to do a little break before you. I want to thank our bronze sponsors one more time. Black Nonbelievers, the Military Association of Atheists and Free Thinkers, the Center for Inquiry, the Black Humanists and Nonbelievers of Sacramento, the Reason Center, and Mynga Futrell, the Secular Coalition for America, taketheredpill.com. And hopefully everyone's having a good time. I know I'm having a great time. Say what's up if you are, and if you haven't yet, please consider donating to support this event, future events. Your contributions today make today and future ones possible. You can donate easily through our website, freethoughtday.org. And speaking of donations, another shout out to our gold sponsors, Applied Office and American Atheist Conference will be held in Atlanta next April. And now we want to give everyone a chance to visit some outstanding community groups, sponsors, and special exhibits. So for the next 25 minutes, we want you to switch over to our exhibitor meeting. Okay, so through Zoom, where you can chat with organizations like Planned Parenthood, American Atheists, Freedom from Religion Foundation, Center for Inquiry, SURJ, S-U-R-J, Sacramento, SURJ Sacramento, PFLAG, and the League of Women Voters. Check your Zoom chat window or your registration email for the exhibitor meeting Zoom link. And if you're not on Zoom, just hang out, enjoy the break, get something to eat, do what you got to do. And we will be back here on our main stage at 2:55. So just around half an hour, a little less, for our community awards and musical entertainment from Scarlett Rabe. So enjoy the break. See you in the other Zoom, or see you at 2:55. All right, welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the break and a chance to visit those virtual tables. You will have another chance in about 90 minutes. So speaking of those tables, let us take some time to thank our silver sponsors again. Those silver sponsors are American Humanist Association, Atheists and Other Free Thinkers, Freedom from Religion Foundation. Now, let's bring back David to the stage.
Ian, thank you so much. Everybody, how about another virtual round of applause for our MC? Ian, it is, again, great to have you here on stage with us virtually.
Thanks.
I am so happy about our next segment. This is where we get to recognize even more people, community leaders who have dedicated a good amount of time to the secular community, to basically anything in line with our core values. My first one is so special to this event. I cannot stress this enough. Mynga is a retired educator based in Sacramento, and she's the co-founder of Freethought Day back in 2002. While working academically and professionally in the field of science education, Mynga has been an activist in civics and free thought movements. She co-founded the local Atheists and Other Free Thinkers in 1993 and the Reason Center in 2014, and played key roles in organizing the city's annual Darwin Day community celebration. With her husband, Paul Geisert, she co-founded the nonprofit Brights Network as an international online constituency for persons who hold naturalistic worldviews. Mynga has also served on boards like the American Humanist Association, Atheist Alliance International, and on the advisory councils of Americans United for the Separation of Church and State and California 3Rs. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone that's here today, it is my profound pleasure, and I am humbled to do this, but to say, to present this award to Mynga, essentially a Lifetime Achievement Award, our first. And so deserving to Mynga. Everyone, please welcome Mynga Futrell.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years since we started our little Freethought Day here on the county square downtown in Sacramento. Last night, I was just mentioning that I was going to have a handful of minutes here to say something after receiving this honor. And one of the board members suggested that I give a little history and then look forward. So that's what I'm kind of going to do right now. As for the history, I have to take you back to the free thought activism of the 90s, because that's when it was hard to be an atheist. It was a little bit easier to be a humanist around here, but we had one of each kind of group in Sacramento. And our typical activism of the time was to perhaps try to grow those groups, be a home for people who thought differently. And so my husband and I went up to campus for a couple of years in a row trying to establish a non-religious presence among a whole bunch of proselytizing religious groups that were up there wooing students. And so we went in October and we just kind of stole the idea from the Freedom from Religion Foundation of declaring a free thought week up there. It just happened to be the time my husband and I could go to campus in the mornings. And so what we did is, I've got to confess, we were proselytizing atheism at the time. That was what activism was. It didn't help grow those two local groups, and we didn't start a campus group like we had hoped. So it was pretty much a futile thing. And I got to credit my co-founder of Freethought Day, Jerry Sloan, for helping us to evolve. And that's what I'd really like us to continue to do. And I'd like to turbocharge the evolution, because frankly, what we did was we evolved in a direction of educating about that big advance in law, in which there would be no more of the what was it called, the I can't pronounce it, spectral evidence. We didn't want any more of that in our laws, and we educated about that. We set up a Freethought gallery to show that people could think differently from others and make an impact on society. So what we did was change in that direction. Now that's enough history. I would like for us to further evolve our Freethought activities. And I was so excited by what Sarah Levin said. That's the direction we have to evolve. So I hope everybody will just replay what Sarah has had to say today. There was a need for secular activism back when atheists were shunned and all of that back in the 90s. Now there's a different kind of activism that is needed, and we've got to turbocharge it. We really do, because really we've got to focus on preserving and strengthening our secular values, our secular law, our secular institutions. The US is moving backwards in terms of separation of religion and government. The Establishment Clause of the Constitution and the idea of government neutrality is undergoing tremendous degradation in law and in the courts. And I would urge you to study what that clause used to mean in law and how it's been undermined to the point where so-called religious freedom has become a way to get what people want while discriminating and damaging others. So there has been progress as we've moved out into that direction. The Secular Coalition for America, lobbying, Freethought caucus in Congress and so forth. But we're still spending too much time talking about religion. We have to wean ourselves from that type of activism and move into planting ourselves in the civic square, promoting civic pluralism, getting on school boards, adding secular perspectives, and strengthening the secular institutions of this nation from local to national. They need our help. So again, I'm waving a flag here for a truly more religion-free Freethought movement, so we can wean ourselves from too much of this discussion and focus and truly break free and get out there in the public square. So that's California Freethought Day. Is close to my heart since it came from Sacramento, Freethought Day. And actually I got us that freethoughtday.org years ago. It doesn't say Cal Freethought Day, it says Freethought Day. So I'm waiting for more activism from you guys, and it's going to be national. Thank you. Thank you for the award.
Mynga, thank you for everything that you've done, not just for Freethought Day, but all of these amazing organizations. It is, again, just an honor to have you here and to finally give our first Lifetime Achievement Award. Our next award goes to Margaret Downey. Margaret has been advancing the secular community nationwide and here in California in a variety of unique ways, merging her passion for celebration, acting, and bringing people together. Her first work began in 1993, founding the Freethought Society and the Anti-Discrimination Support Network, as well as the Thomas Paine Memorial Committee. Her work has been published in multiple books, and she's represented the non-theistic community at several conferences of the United Nations and on NPR's Talk of the Nation, ABC Nightline, PBS, and Fox News. She served on the boards of the American Humanist Association, the Humanist Institute, Freedom from Religion Foundation, and the Robert Green Ingersoll Museum, and served as the president of the Atheist Alliance International. And in 2007, Margaret began the tradition of the Tree of Knowledge during the winter holiday season, hosting events that celebrate skepticism. On Friday the 13th, she co-founded San Diego's Secular Day of the Dead and is the organizer of the yearly Skeptic Parade entry, part of Dragon Con. In 2021, along with co-sponsors and star-studded entertainers, Margaret co-founded Mayday for Humanity that raised $25,000 for homeless shelters and food banks. And so it is my pleasure to award another recognition of service to Margaret Downey. Mute, mute.
Am I unmuted now? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for recognizing my longtime involvement with the non-theist community. This award provides me with the opportunity to thank those who have assisted me and my efforts for almost 30 years. Now, don't worry. I know that I only have a few minutes in the program to deliver this acceptance speech, so I'll be general in my message, and the people will know who they are as I give a general nod to those who were instrumental in fulfilling the goals of the Freethought Society. The goals have been and always will be to provide educational opportunities as well as to work as a cooperative organization in an effort to bring non-theist groups and people together. This award is not about me as an individual. It's about the friends, supporters, board members, and volunteers who have helped the Freethought Society reach its goals. Now, while this award has my name on it, I know that we are not merely individuals alone. We are those people that make things happen when we are all working together. I want to acknowledge the wonderful board members of the Freethought Society, past and present. Everyone works hard to produce our quarterly e-zine, and they pitch in at every turn. All the volunteers who help the Freethought Society are worth their weight in gold. And I also want to thank the terrific co-sponsorship of so many of the Freethought Society events. We could not reach our cooperative goals without the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the Center for Inquiry, American Atheists, the Secular Coalition for America, Hispanic American Freethinkers, the Secular Student Alliance, and the American Humanist Association. And we also thank organizations such as DragonCon, Skeptrack, the Freethought Alliance, Atheist United, and the Philadelphia Ethical Society for collaborating with us to host our programs. A thank you would not be complete unless we acknowledge our many donors. We rely on small and large donations to survive and to serve. I wish I had time to mention every name of every donor. Instead, I will just convey a huge thank you and tell you how appreciative we are for the generosity of the supporters and the donors. Lastly, I thank the talented entertainment friends who have helped us provide great programming over the years. There's not enough time for name dropping, so I'll just thank the actors, comedians, magicians, singers, musical performers, and poets who have participated in our special events, giving so generously of their time and talents. Thank you so much. So before the music starts to indicate that I have to bring this acceptance speech to a close, we look forward to seeing many of you at the November 2nd Secular Day of the Dead, Dias de los Muertos secular Zoom event. We hope you will also sign up for a complimentary e-zine or become a subscriber to the Freethought Society meetup group. I enjoy hearing from fellow non-theists, so I invite all of you watching to send me an email and introduce yourself, share your journey story with me, give me your event ideas, and provide us contact information about who we might want to host as a speaker. I love my non-theist community, and every voice is important. And thanks again for this wonderful honor and this beautiful award.
Margaret, thank you so much for everything that you've done cross country. Our final awardee today is Bruce Gleason. Bruce is the founder of the Backyard Skeptics down in my old grounds down near Orange County. and it's one of the oldest and largest secular meetups of Southern California. In 2011, Bruce organized a campaign that placed 17 atheist-themed billboards throughout Orange County. His group continues to hold monthly debates with local religious leaders, and during the summer with Ray Comfort at the Huntington Beach Pier. Bruce is also the director of 2 science-based conferences, Freethought Alliance and Logical LA. Always a curious individual, Bruce dabbled in philosophy, physics, and psychology in his 20s and 30s. And through his business, Thumbs Up Productions, Bruce has offered his talent as a video producer to local, state, and national secular events. And he was all ready to come up to Sacramento to help us with this event until it became an online live feed. Bruce, thank you for everything that you've done, especially in Southern California. Ladies and gentlemen, our third award to Bruce Gleason.
Thanks, Dave. Hope you can hear me. Hope everything's good on the technical end. This award came in the mail a couple weeks ago, and I was just blown away by how much work that Dave actually puts into this conference that we're having virtually. And it's a long way from, of course, being in person from the Freethought Alliance and the Logical Conference. I really love having people there. We get to mingle in between the speakers, and the best I could do was a chat room here. And I can't beat Margaret. Margaret, you're probably one of the best speakers I know. And boy, I'm going to be winging it here compared to Margaret. Thanks again, Margaret. One of the things that I enjoy the most about sponsoring events is that I gain knowledge from other people. We just had a meeting here last night. There was only 7 or 8 of us, but I would like to suggest that if you have an area that has a population of more than 10, to start a meetup group or any type of other group that brings people together and talks, because you learn quite a lot. It's just amazing how much knowledge I've received simply from having other people around me give me different types of reasonings, different types of thoughts. It's just great. One of the side groups I have that you might get a kick out of is quite popular. It's another meetup group. It's kind of a side group called Thank God I'm an Atheist. And if you think that a little bit, you can actually thank God if there's a real God. And I'd like to again thank Dave for this great award. I was just totally blown away when he called up and mentioned it to me. We had a 20-minute talk in preparation for all the AV equipment that was going to be going up to this conference, this event. And at the very end, he threw this on me, and I almost cried. It was just really an emotional moment for me. I want to also go back and thank the volunteers that worked at the conferences that I've had. They were very hard workers. We hope to have conferences in the future. And Dave, once again, thanks for this award. It's going to be going on my nightstand for a while, and probably on my desk, and finally on the mantle. So it's going to be quite a while. Dave, you're a great guy. Thanks for putting on this event. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Bruce. Thank you for everything that you've done, and for Mynga and Margaret. Again, it is an honor to have you here celebrating our 20th anniversary with us. Ian, we're back to you.
You did it again. All right. Thank you, David. Well, speaking of David, I would like everyone, I would like to acknowledge our gold sponsor, which is Applied Office On-Site Computer Training, and that's David's business. And he doesn't have a virtual table today, but you can check your program to learn more about how he can help your employees be more efficient with Microsoft Office. Let's give David and his business, Applied Office, a round of applause. Thank you, David. David, you give back a lot. you give here a lot in a lot of different ways, which is really great. Well, our day, this is crazy. It's going by so fast. I can't believe that we're actually more than halfway over, and it's been fantastic. Now we're going to get some more entertainment, and there's a lot more on top of that. But the next thing the next person I'd like to introduce actually is the talented Scarlett Rabe. Scarlett trained with the world-renowned pianist and Juilliard instructors as a child while being raised in a religious cult. Forbidden to watch TV or listen to radio, she was offered a world tour as a classical pianist at age 16, an opportunity that her cult leadership prevented. Wow, that is very sad. And after a decade of soul searching, Scarlett left the cold and moved to LA, where she launched her career as a singer-songwriter. Her song Battle Cry hit number 18 on the Billboard charts. Scarlett is not just a talented artist, she's passionate about the separation of church and state, regenerative farming, and reversing climate change. And now you're going to hear her music. So please help me welcome Scarlett Rabe.
Hi, everybody. I hope you'll forgive me. I had to record my set because I'm actually a California woman in Boston at the moment, hoping that the hotel internet will not peter out on me. So I hope you'll forgive me for just recording my set. And without further ado, I'll just tell Dave to run the tape.
I wanna soar, I wanna fly, I wanna live before I die. Oh my Lord, I got something running on my mind. The weight gets heavy, the work is killing me blind. A light shining on, giving a song, my hand on my heart again will save my soul from losing it one more time. I've been down, I've been broke up, I'm filling my soul with a little love. I'm standing at the edge, but I wanna soar, I wanna fly, I wanna live before I die. Wade in the water, look up to the sky, I wanna live before I die. Hey baby, I've been feeling like I'm losing my way. Well, cut me loose from the burden that I lay. The burden I lay, the day that I live has so much to give. I put down my fist again and love my soul and body till my dying day. Well, I've been down, I've been broke up, I'm filling my soul with a little love. I'm standing at the edge, but I wanna soar, I wanna fly, I wanna live before I die. Wade in the water, look up to the sky, I wanna live before I die. Run in the dark, run in the light, I wanna live before I die. I wanna love, I wanna cry, I wanna live before I die. Ooh. Spirit of the sun, I'll fly away, burn it to the ground with thanks I pray. Spirit of the night, come take me home, burn it up and let it go. I wanna soar, I wanna fly, I wanna live before I die. Wade in the water, look up to the sky, I wanna live before I die. Run in the dark, run in the light, I wanna live before I die. I wanna love, I wanna cry, I wanna live before I die. in the dark, run in the light. I wanna love, I wanna cry, I wanna live before I die, oh Lord. Hello, beautiful people. I'm Scarlett Rabe, and I'm so thrilled to be part of this California Freethought Day. Freethought is up against serious opposition, and now is the time to add our voices to those who advocate in favor of freedom of speech and thought, civic engagement, social justice, and the separation of church and state. My deepest hope is that we can come together in solidarity to preserve and advance these vital causes. I chose this next song because it remains relevant and inspirational. Here's Elton John's Border Song. Holy Moses, I have been removed. I have seen the specter, he has been here too. Distant cousin from down the line, brand of people who ain't my kind. Holy Moses, I have been removed. Holy Moses, I have been deceived. Now the wind has changed direction and I'll have to leave. Won't you please excuse my frankness, but it's not my cup of tea. Holy Moses, I have been deceived. I'm going back to the border where my affairs ain't abused. I can't take any more bad water. I've been poisoned from my head down to my shoes. Oh. So I was reading a book by Alice Walker in which she insisted that I immediately put her book down and read a book by Helen Caldecott called Nuclear Madness, which then inspired this next song I wrote titled Dragons of Eden, after another book by Carl Sagan. I like to read. They're saying we could artificially darken the sun. Darken the sun. Imagine being that dumb. Imagine that kind of calamitous change. Photosynthetic cascade. Man's mess is man-made. A perpetual shade of the mother who made us. She's been saying, boys, you best be changing your exploitive ways. But tale is all is men who never listen. Don't amen me, look around, you see who's running things. Patriarchy's poison we all live in. And you take, you fake, you break everything, and then you wanna ride on like some tech gods. You solve crises you cause, and you know it's true. Yeah, you know it should be you who drowns in your consequence. Oh, but when it hits y'all are safe on your yachts. How could you? They say true Jesus believers don't care about this stuff. Earth is theirs to use up till Armageddon burns. Hell of a self-fulfilling prophecy, don't you think? Make it come true and say, see, all I see is greed's unholy alliance with science deniers. And Helen Caldecott warned of nuclear madness. And Carl Sagan half-century ago said it's almost too late. She'll have to burn the whole goddamn thing to the ground before y'all realize you maybe should have listened. Now is much too late to care what you think or you say anymore. It's too late to humor you bullshitters. They're saying, hey, maybe it's better that the grass couldn't grow. So when the fire season hit, there's that much less to blaze. It's like they're hoping for a barren child dystopia, so they can say Mars seems like a nice place, somewhere you'd like to stay. Ooh, and I wanna go. I just don't wanna have to, though, with a zero sum to come back to. Mars is Mars, but Earth is home. These dark circumstances we're presented with. Why should we believe these abominations? Why should we? We can unite in the fiery laws. It's all interconnected. Why can't we be the regen generation we could be? We should be. Stay and make making sure we see your PR bullshit philanthropy. Meanwhile, your dragons radiating. And you take, you fake, you break everything. And then you wanna ride on like some ticker villain is ruining us. And you know it's true, yeah, you know it should be you who poison your consequence. Oh, but when it hits y'all, it's safe on your rockets. Fuck you. So, a bit about me. I was raised in an extremist fundamentalist religious cult. And you can imagine that they don't have much appreciation for the things that we're fighting for here. Anyway, so I wrote this next song called Battle Cry while I was escaping the prison of indoctrination and belief. I hope you like it. They said I'm young and that I'm foolish. They said I better fall in line. So much to lose and that I'm careless. But all their words were lies. If you're the ocean, I'm Amelia Earhart. If you're the fire, then I'm Joan of Arc. My life is like a work of art, and I'm gonna leave a mark. And I'm not afraid, and I'm not ashamed. No, I'm not the same as the rest. Don't need no medal on my chest. I fight like hell till nothing's left. And my last words and my last breath will be, I'm not afraid. If we dare to dream, they call it reckless. They'll tell us where to draw the line. But what we can be is truly endless. And all the rules just don't apply. If you're the ocean, I'm Amelia Earhart. If you're the fire, then I'm Joan of Arc. My life is like a work of art, and I'm gonna leave a mark. And I'm not afraid, and I'm not ashamed. No, I'm not the same as the rest. Don't need no medal on my chest. I fight like hell till nothing's left. And my last words and my last breath will be, I'm not afraid. Hear my battle cry. I'm not afraid. Hear my battle cry. Louder than fame, cursing my name. I'm not the same as the rest. And I'm not afraid, and I'm not ashamed. No, I'm not the same as the rest. Don't need no medal on my chest. I fight like hell till nothing's left. And my last words on my last breath will be, I'm not afraid. Hear my battle cry. You hear my battle cry. I'm not They said I'm young and that I'm foolish. They said I better fall in line. So much to lose and that I'm careless. But all their words were lies. I'd like to end on a song that we all know. So please feel free to sing along wherever you are. Because of organizations like this and because of people like you, the times, they are a-changin'. Come gather round people wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. For the times, they are a-changin'. Come writers and poets who prophesize with your pens, and keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. For the losers now will be later to win, and the times, they are a-changin'. Come senators, Congress people, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall. For he who gets hurt will be he who has stalled. The battle outside is raging. It'll soon shake your windows and rattle your walls. For the times, they are a-changing. Come mothers and fathers throughout all the land, and don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. That old road is rapidly aging. Please get out of the way. If you can, lend a hand. For the times, they are
Wow. That was Scarlett Rabe, everyone. Please. Wow, that was amazing. Wow, that was really incredible. Oh my God, you have such a great voice. Thank you so much, Scarlett. That was.
Thank you for having me.
That was incredible. And I love ending on that. Was one of my favorite songs of all time. And your original songs are amazing. Everyone, you can follow her on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, or at Scarlett Rabe on Instagram and Twitter. And yes, thank you so much. And for everyone else, speaking of YouTube, don't forget to follow California Freethought Day, where you can watch recordings of past year's events as well. So, and hopefully this will be archived up there, I would hope, because that was absolutely amazing. All right, so we're gonna go, we've got a great speaker now. We're gonna move right into that. Our next speaker comes from the Sacramento chapter of the League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan organization that helps inform the public about candidates and issues. Susan Bakker worked for the California Energy Commission for over 25 years, then retired for a decade, then joined the League of Women Voters. Soon after, she became the chapter treasurer, then the president, and during her service, which she started right after the state of California passed new legislation dealing with police officers' conduct, hiring requirements, and the use of force, the League intensively studied the Sacramento PD. And here to share what she learned, please welcome Suzi Bakker.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that introduction. I am not a great speaker, but I have a message to bring, and so I'm happy to be here. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I'm going to begin my talk by ticking off some milestones to give you context for the work our league took on. The Black Lives Matter movement has been a part of our public consciousness for over 20 years. In March 2018, Sacramento had its own Black Lives Matter movement when the Sacramento police officer shot and killed Stephon Clark, who was unarmed. Just days after Clark's death, Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn asked then California Attorney General Xavier Becerra to have his department evaluate the Sacramento Police Department's policies, procedures, and practices, and to help identify ways to achieve safer outcomes for both community members and officers. A year later, Sacramento County District Attorney Ann Schubert announced that her office would not be pressing charges against the officers. 3 days later, the Attorney General announced that after continuing an independent investigation, completing an independent investigation of the circumstances, his office made the same determination. With this outcome, Stephon Clark's tragic death became the impetus for California to address its use of force statutes by defining the circumstances under which peace officers are justified in using deadly force. In February 2019, then Assembly member, now Secretary of State, Shirley Weber introduced AB 392, the California Act to Save Lives. After numerous meetings, hearings, and amendments, the legislature passed and Governor Newsom signed AB 392 into law. At the August 2019 signing ceremony, the governor referred to the bill as the Stephon Clark Law. The law went into effect on January 1st, 2020. So what did we do as a league? Since Sacramento is where Stephon Clark's tragic killing took place, our local league felt compelled to determine whether SPD's general order on use of force complied with AB 392. And if it did not, to do what we could to change that. Several of our members worked with our state league to advocate for the passage of AB 392. Those members became the core of a dynamic team of researchers, writers, and advocates to carry out the work of making that change. We began our process in the fall of 2019 by developing an understanding of the governance system under which the Sacramento City Council makes its decisions. We observed council meetings, reviewed city codes and ordinances, and met with city staff. We also observed meetings of the Sacramento Community Oversight Commission, or Commission. At the same time, we began assessing how SPD's use of force policies compared with AB 392 by reviewing 2 comprehensive California Department of Justice, or DOJ, reports, the Commission's 3 annual reports, the ACLU of California's comments to the council, and SPD's general order on use of force. In terms of governance, we find that the council has all the authority it needs to direct policing policy reform. The council appoints the city manager and the city attorney, both serving at its pleasure. And it has the authority to direct the city manager to implement policing policies. Equally important, the council established 2 entities to improve its policing oversight and cultivate connections between city government and the community. The first of these is the Office of Public Safety Accountability, or OPSA, which is meant to improve the relationship between the city's public safety departments and the community. OPSA performs independent, impartial oversight of formal and informal public safety complaints. It responds to critical incidents involving public safety personnel, and it monitors and independently investigates public safety matters at the council's direction. The council appoints the OPSA director, who answers directly to the council. The second entity is the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission, which is meant to provide community participation in reviewing police department policies, practices, and procedures, and to monitor the implementation, evaluation, and sustainability of city policing initiatives and programs. The commission has 12 members appointed by the mayor, and reports its advice and recommendations to the council annually. Our findings with respect to the AB 392 compliance was disappointing. Based on our independent assessment of SPD's use of force policy and the other reports we reviewed, we conclude that SPD does not comply with AB 392. During this time frame, there are several press accounts of the staff and the city attorney stating that they are in compliance with AB 392. Our recommendations arose from our experiences while observing both the council and the commission meetings, and our efforts to find and review the public record. We found a number of examples where the purpose of public meetings was frustrated. For example, the council would place substantive reports, including the commission's annual reports, on its consent agenda rather than its discussion agenda, precluding interested parties from identifying problems or concerns with the report. I might note that it also precludes the council taking action on the report, which is not what it's intended to do. The council would accept oral staff comments without pre-filed backup reports as required, thereby leaving interested parties unprepared to question or comment subject areas. City staff would attend commission meetings prepared to make oral reports, but not prepared to answer questions. The commission's backup materials were unavailable or difficult to find. Our recommendations to address these limitations were that the council should hear and act on the analysis and advice and recommendations that it asked for, such as the commission's reports and the DOJ policing policy reviews. Exercise, here again, we're addressing the council should exercise its authority to enable informed and transparent decisions by requiring city staff to observe council rules of procedure and applying those same rules of procedure to presentations that the city makes to the commission. And also empower the commission to carry out its oversight as the council intended by assigning staff liaisons who understand their role, requiring SPD to obtain commission review and comment on its proposed policy changes, and allocating city resources to create and maintain public access to the commission's public record. We issued our final report with these findings and recommendations in October 2020. We followed up our report by making presentations on the report to the commission and council members. In preparation for these presentations, we teamed up with ACLU Northern California to provide legal support for our AB 392 recommendations. We presented our report's findings and recommendations to council members in 4 separate meetings between February and April 2021. We made our presentation to the commission at its March 8th, 2021 regular business meeting. In March 2021, SPD posted a new general order on use of force, which in our opinion still creates confusion and fails to incorporate all of the use of deadly force language in AB 392. In June 1st, 2021, the council reaffirmed a May decision on using the last resort standard for use of deadly force. And it also adopted AB 392's use of deadly force language verbatim. Notably, the council's June decision brought the city of Sacramento's use of deadly force policy in line with the other 7 jurisdictions in Sacramento County. However, as of this date, this policy is not reflected in SPD's posted general order on use of force. In conclusion, although there are still work to do, we believe these changes go a long way toward creating the safer outcomes for both community and community members and officers that Chief Hahn sought. I also believe our dynamic team deserves a lot of credit for keeping this issue moving to reach the point it's at now. This work is a perfect example of the League in action, educating the community on public policy issues and advocating for better public policy outcomes. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Suzi. Everybody, a round of applause for Suzi Bakker and the League of Women Voters. I don't think, I should double check. I don't think, unfortunately, we went over a little bit. I'm not sure if we have time to do questions.
That's okay.
I'm really sorry. But that was fantastic. And where can people can find more information?
Yes, I can post a website, and I sent several links to
so they'll have it in
David. So he should have those, and I think it's set up probably to reflect those.
I think all the links are in there. So
yes, I think we've got every link that you would want to find in there, and
okay.
Criminal justice report is posted there, and current situations, current criminal justice conditions, let's say, that you can follow up on. So
okay, well, amazing. Well, Suzi, thank you so much for all your information and for joining us today. And everybody follow the League on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at LWV Sacramento. And I'll say it again, if you're not registered to vote, come on, what is stopping you? Like, do it now. You know, we're not out of the woods, folks. We got a lot of huge issues and a lot of stuff going on. People trying to stop us from voting. So go register to vote now. And with that, said we were going to go on. We're going to do a little more music. And a good friend of mine actually coming here. We're going to bring a little live musical talent from our virtual stage with my good friend Joey Fabian, who made his first Freethought debut back in 2011. And Joey's a singer, he's a composer, a producer, jams on the bass. He's performed with Alana Davis, the Bartram Tyler Group, Paula Harris. He's a bassist for the Stingfoot Orchestra featuring Napoleon Murphy Brock. He's also started the Skeptics Jukebox, a compilation of covers from talent including George Gershwin, Monty Python, Willie Dixon, and Frank Zappa, which I happen to know is like his absolute favorite. His way of giving back, that's his way of giving back to the skeptical community. He's absolutely fabulous. Please welcome Joey Fabian.
Hey, thank you, folks. Thank you, Ian, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you, David, for letting me be involved with this. I'm very happy to do this. I will just go ahead and start with an oldie but a goodie. Ain't necessarily so. It ain't necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so. No. Moses is found in a stream. Little Moses is found in a stream. He floated on the water till old Pharaoh's daughter, she fished him, she says, from that stream. Little David was small, but oh my. Little David was small, but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who laid down and died. Little David was small, but oh my. Jonah, he lived in a whale. Now Jonah, he lived in a whale. He made his home in that fish's abdomen. Jonah, he lived in the whale. Now it ain't necessarily so. It ain't necessarily so. Well, they gon' tell your chillin' that the devil's a villain, but it ain't necessarily so. No, to get into heaven, don't snap for a 7. Live clean, don't have no faults. Now I takes the gospels whenever it's possible, but always with a grain of salt. Methuselah lived 900 years. Methuselah lived 900 years. But who calls that living when no gal gon' give in to no man was 900 years? I'm preaching the sermon to show that ain't necessary so. Thank you, folks. I know I can hear it. All right. Very good. I cannot see you because I found that when I was practicing for this, if I look at the computer and see myself, it's very distracting. And so I have got something else going. I'm just looking at a screen so I cannot see
when I'm. I wouldn't be able to see you anyway, so who cares? All right, I'm going to do. That was George Gershwin. It Ain't Necessarily So. Favorite of mine. I'm going to continue with a little more complex loop here. I have set up, and I'm going to do a song by Bruce Springsteen. It's called Part Man, Part Monkey. It's about the Scopes monkey trial at the beginning, anyway. All right, so let me make sure I don't. Okay. So this is daring. I'm trying a live loop here. Let's see how I do. So far, so good. They prosecuted some poor sucker in these United States for teaching that man descended from the apes. They could have settled that case without a fuss or a fight. They could have seen me chase you sugar through the jungle last night. They walked in that jury and they said 1, 2, 3, pond man, pond monkey. Well, the church bell rings from the corner steeple. Man in a monkey suit is swearing he'll do no evil. Says his lover's prayer, but his soul lies dark and drifting unsatisfied. Hey, bartender, tell me, what do you see? Pond man, pond monkey. Well, the night is dark and the moon is full. The flowers of romance exhibit. We talk a while my fingers slip. I'm hard and I'm cracking it like a wave. Oh, well, did God make man in a breath of holy fire? Or did he crawl on up out of a muck in the mire? Well, the man on the street says the Bible tells him so, but you can ask me, mister, 'cause this I know. Tell them soul-sucking preachers to come down and see pond man, pond monkey. All right. So last minute, I realized I was a little short on time. And so I put this together last night. And this is a song that I've been working on for a few years now. I had a person that I wanted to record for me, and he just kept not being available. Finally, he was available. So this is a song that Eric Idle wrote for the movie The Meaning of Life. This is the title track for the film. And I did a bossa nova version, and I have to announce some of my friends that are on this. Greg Thomas is playing drums. John Otis, Shoogie's brother, by the way, is playing percussion. A guy named Nate Ginsberg is playing piano. He's performed with Herbie Hancock and Todd Rundgren. Let's see, who else we got? Chris Rossback on guitar. I removed some of his last night so I could just not sit here and not do anything. I'm gonna play guitar a little bit, and I'm playing bass on the track, and all the background vocals you'll hear of me too. And Tom Poole, Grammy-winning flugelhorn trumpet player with Etta James, is going to play a flugelhorn solo you'll enjoy. So here we go. Why are we here? What's life all about? Is God really real, or is there some doubt? Tonight we're going to sort it all out. Tonight is the meaning of life. What's the point? What's the point of all this hoax? Is it the chicken or the egg time? Are we just yokes? Perhaps we're just one of God's little jokes. What's to say? The meaning of life. Is life just a game where we make up the rules? While we're searching for something to say? All scientists say we're just spiraling coils of self-replicating DNA. What is life? What is our fate? Is there heaven and hell? Do we reincarnate? Is mankind evolving, or is it too late? Well, tonight is the meaning of life. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Poole. For millions, this life is a sad vale of tears, sitting around with nothing to say. All the scientists say we're just spiraling coils of self-replicating DNA. So why are we here? And just what do we fear? Once he swore for change, it will all be made clear. For this is the meaning of life. This is the meaning of life. Wait for it, that last note. Gotta hear it. All right, the last major seventh. So folks, looks like I'm running short. I have one more song to play. I timed it out last night. Maybe I'll end up doing two more, I don't know. Let me see what the hosts have to say. But this was going to be my last song. This is, as Ian mentioned, my god of music, Frank Zappa. And he mentioned the Stinkfoot Orchestra. That is a Zappa cover band that I just got involved with. Speaking of, Ian helped me, along with George Robb of the Geologic Podcast, helped me rewrite the lyrics to a Frank Zappa song. And we were going to have it released in time for inauguration last year. Did not happen. And I've since found out that the publishing company does not want to let me release it because we changed the title and the words, and they just thought that was a bridge too far. But if you want to be my patron, I promise you'll get to hear it. So joeyfabian.com, you can go find that link. Anyway, I'm going to do this song here, and we'll see what happens afterwards. This is a song by Frank Zappa called The Meek Shall Inherit Nothing. It was part of a little trilogy. He was inspired by the takeover of the right politically by the religious right. And he did an album called You Are What You Is, and it has several songs that address this issue. And this is one of them. It is called The Meek Shall Inherit Nothing.
Some take the Bible for what it's worth when it says that the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, I've heard that some sheik has bought New Jersey last week, and you suckers ain't getting nothing. Is Hari Rama really wrong if you wander around with a napkin on, with a bell on a stick, and your hair is all gone? The geek shall inherit nothing. So your life's a bum deal, and you're up against the wall. People, you ain't got no kind of deal at all. 'Cause of what they do in Washington, well, that just takes care of number one, and number one ain't you. Nah, you ain't even number two. Well, them Jesus freaks, well, they're friendly, but that shit they believe has got their minds all shut, and they don't even care when the church takes a cut. Ain't it bleak when you've got so much nothing? So what do? Hey, eat that pork, eat that ham, laugh to choke on Billy Graham, Moses, Aaron, and Abraham. They're all a waste of time, and it's your ass that's on the line. It's your ass that's on the line. So do what you want and do what you will. Just don't mess up your neighbor's thrill. And when you pay the bill, kindly leave a little tip and help the next poor sucker on his one-way trip. Some take the Bible. Whoa. Give me half a dozen for the hotel room. There you go.
Nice.
So, host, what should I do?
You know, I think it's up to you. It's only you're only a couple of minutes, and so I think we're good. I think
Okay,
that was
friend.
fantastic. It's only literally we have 2 more minutes, so
Okay.
we can go. We got a little break, so we can go to this break early. That was really great as always, folks. Joey Fabian, huh? Absolutely. Yeah, and I definitely want to. I gotta I wish that song. It was really great. If you become a patron, just so you can hear it, it's really fantastic.
So good. It was so good.
It was so good. So yeah, become a patron just so you can get a copy of that.
A Grammy winner on trombone, Mike Rinta playing trombone. He's won a Grammy.
Wow. Yeah, it was really good. And that's really sad that they didn't let that, but you know, it is what it is, the music business. But thank you so much, Joey. And you guys can find Joey on YouTube. You can find him at joeyfabian.com. And yeah, check out his music, check out everything. He's great. He actually did a little thing before my last TV special. He came out and warmed up the audience. It was fantastic. So we're about to go into a final long break. And I hope you guys have been enjoying today. I know I have. All this, the live music, the speakers, lots of amazing information. Don't forget to post about it. Tell your friends, tell them what they're missing. Remember, they can still go back and watch this. They can watch archive ones, and it's not too late for them to join in. We still got a couple more incredible speakers, acts coming up, and we're going to give everybody a chance to visit right now the outstanding community groups and sponsors that are here with us today. For the next 15 minutes, jump back into our Zoom exhibitor meeting. So you have to go to another Zoom, but it's not that hard. Just go to the next Zoom exhibitor meeting and say hello. Go to your Zoom chat window or your registration email, and the exhibitor meeting Zoom link will be in there. So just click over to that, and then be sure to visit all the virtual table for American Atheists, who is one of this year's gold sponsors. American Atheists is the sponsor for tomorrow's Advocacy Day as well, and they are, well, there's something with their help. We will be promoting 2 California bills that support transparent healthcare and contraceptive access. Do they have one that'll support getting words out of my mouth? That'd be fantastic. But if you're not on Zoom, just enjoy the break. We will be back here in just not too long, in about 20 minutes at 4:40. We'll be back right here on the main stage with Yvette Detremont, the Sci Babe, for more live music and for a chance for you to decide where we donate $300. So we'll be back at 4:40. We'll see you soon. Here we go. Welcome back. We are now in our third and final act here at the 20th California Freethought Day. Man, this is great. Thank you all for joining us and supporting us all day long. It's been fantastic. Really quick, I'm going to take another moment to thank the sponsors and the people that donated big to support Freethought Day. Applied Office On-Site Computer Training, American Atheists, Robert Nicholson, Ken Nahigian, and our silver sponsors, the American Humanist Association, Atheists and Other Free Thinkers, the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and our bronze sponsors, Black Nonbelievers, the Military Association of Atheists and Free Thinkers, thank you for your service, and the Center for Inquiry, the Black Humanists and Nonbelievers of Sacramento, the Reason Center and Mynga Futrell, the Secular Coalition for America, TakeTheRedPill.com, Wayne Orger, Mynga Futrell. Please check out their ads in your program, and be sure to check your email in just a bit for a link to our survey, to complete the survey, and you'll be eligible to win one of the 3 door prizes, together valued at over $300. So let's take a minute to also recognize the people who made today happen, the California Freethought Day Planning Committee. So first off, I'd like to thank Angela Garvey. All right. Becky Mark. David Diskin. Kaylee Pontiff, Ken Nahigian, Jamie Snyder Hernandez. There you go. Marie Bain. There you go. Mashariki Lawson, who isn't here. That's the one who isn't here with us today. And Nick Gray and Tom Eichelman. Thank you all very much. And one more time, David Diskin. Give it up for David.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. You know, I work with an outstanding committee that helps make today happen, and I'm honored to share this virtual stage with them today. Can you all join me one more time in giving these folks some more virtual applause?
Yes.
You know, since the first year of California Freethought Day, this committee has honored a variety of free thinkers from a multitude of backgrounds, including inducting new members to the list each year. To be clear, they aren't necessarily atheists, but they did change the world for the better while exhibiting our core values. And since we aren't gathering in person, I encourage you all to visit our website, freethoughtday.org, and see the entire list of the past 32 inductees, which is about to have 2 new members. So here to tell us about this year's first inductee, please welcome our treasurer, Becky Mark.
Hello, Freethinkers. Our first inductee is the amazing James Randi. Randall James Hamilton Zwinge, born in 1928, plowed a furrow through the dusky world of spoon bending, mind reading, fortune telling, ghost whispering, dowsing, faith healing, psychokinesis, psychic surgeons, and all varieties of bamboozlement, flim-flam, crack pottery, pedophagy, and outright woo-woo, as he called it, leaving a dazed wreckage of fraudulent mediums and pseudoscientists in his wakes. As a teenager, James took up stage magic after enjoying a performance by Harry Blackstone Sr. and a long recovery from a bicycle injury. An admirer of Houdini, he once escaped from a straitjacket while suspended upside down over Niagara Falls. He duplicated paranormal feats such as mind reading and spoon bending with such skill, critics often accused him of using supernatural powers and misleading us by not admitting it. He even toured with rock star Alice Cooper, decapitating him nightly with a trick guillotine. James was a father of the modern skeptical movement and a busy author, writing 10 books including Flim Flam and The Faith Healers. He wrote about paranormal claims, skepticism, and the history of stage magic. Appearing on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, he famously exposed fraudulent faith healer Peter Popoff and charlatan psychic Uri Geller. He produced numerous articles critiquing beliefs and claims regarding the paranormal. In 1986, he received a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, which helped finance his investigation of faith healers. He later co-founded the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry and founded the James Randi Educational Foundation. He offered a prize of up to $1 million to anyone who could demonstrate a paranormal, supernatural, or occult power or event under mutually agreed upon test conditions. Despite their attempts, the prize has yet to be claimed. James identified as an atheist. As a child, he attended Anglican Sunday school, but stopped going when his request for proof of church teachings went unanswered. He once wrote that, compared to the Bible, The Wizard of Oz is more believable and much more fun. We are proud to remember James Randi by bringing him into our Freethinker Gallery.
All right, thank you so much, Becky. So here to introduce our second inductee, please welcome our site manager, Tom Eichelman.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you again for coming to Freethought Day. Our second inductee to the Freethinker Gallery is, of course, a freethinker and local activist, Paul Geisert. Following his career as a science teacher and biology professor, as well as a feminist activist and educators union organizer, Paul Geisert shifted his focus to secular activism. Dr. Geisert's approach to uniting for action was quite unlike that of his peers. In his view, negative identifiers such as non-believers was not the way to go. The eventual radical proposal to change the platform of secular activism was brought about by the 2002 Godless Americans March on Washington. Despite agreement with the march's mission, he was horrified by the godless label, chosen as a means to unite atheists, freethinkers, agnostics, and humanists. After the march, he sought a better way of coalescing those godless folks to press for a stronger church-state separation and develop a greater voice in the national political process. To publicly organize more successfully, was there a way to identify positively? His hope was that they might affirm some all-encompassing worldview and present it in a more sanguine way. Hearkening to a once promising time when it seemed as if science and reason would offer a key to the future, Dr. Geiser drew upon the vision of the Age of Enlightenment. Reframing as a modern thrust, he proposed embrightenment as an affirmative means for uniting his free-thinking contemporaries to common civic activism. They could all be brights and identify without referring to religion in any way whatsoever. His wife, Freethought Day's co-founder and today's Lifelong Achievement Award winner, Mynga Futrell, suggested that a bright is an individual whose worldview is naturalistic, free of supernatural and mystical elements. Together, they co-founded the Brights Network as an online constituency of individuals adopting that term. The Freethought community was roused. Several notable freethinkers of the day, like magicians James Randi and Penn and Teller, and the atheist Richard Dawkins and the philosopher Daniel Dennett, joined the networks of registered Brights and drew attention in their own writings to the initiative. Geiser's Bright idea led to an ephemeral international movement bearing the name the Brights. Although it ultimately proved ineffective at reaching his lofty goals, his unconventional proposals and related efforts stirred the Freethought community such that the resulting raucous discussions reached well beyond national boundaries and helped many of us recognize that we stand for more than just not believing in a deity. Paul once said, "An idea that strongly challenges the status quo may be the very one to lead to the best shift in direction for humankind." Paul took Freethought to an entirely new level, proposing an entirely new identity for the community, one focused on positivity, unity, and inspired by the Enlightenment. We are proud to bring Paul into California Freethought Day's Freethinker Gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Now, another tradition of our event is to recognize those who meant a great deal to our community, but recently passed away. And here to help us in memoriam, please welcome today's virtual director, Nick Gray.
Hello, everyone. California Freethought Day would like to acknowledge the death of Tom Flynn in August of this year. Over the course of more than 3 decades with the Center for Inquiry, Tom held numerous roles, most recently as editor of Free Inquiry magazine. He was also director of the Robert Green Ingersoll Birthplace Museum and the Freethought Trail located in West Central New York State, and former executive director of the Council for Secular Humanism. Tom was a prolific writer of essays and blog posts on atheism, religion, and secular ideals, as well as an author of satirical science fiction novels and his 1993 book, The Trouble with Christmas. Remembered for the enthusiasm and humor he brought to his outspoken work on issues from humanism to church-state separation and equality, Tom once wrote that for secular humanists, the obligation to live morally is in no way diminished. It is as real for us as it is for any believer. But as a secular humanist, we set the terms of what is moral using reason, compassion, common sense, and the wisdom of our species. Freed from the imperative to be on God's side, we can finally take our own.
Thank you, Nick. And finally, this is where we would ask our volunteer coordinator, Mashariki Lawson, to come to the microphone and personally thank our volunteers. Now, she's not here today, so let me do that for her. When we were planning that today would be at the Capitol, so many of you signed up early, ready to join us at 8 a.m. today to help set up this event and put out tables and chairs and decorations and more. Now, just because we didn't need you today, I don't want you to think that you aren't valued. To each and every volunteer this year and for the last 19 years prior, thank you. Ian, back to you.
Thanks, David. And thank you, everyone, all the California Freethought Day committee. One more time, a big round of applause for the committee and for 20 years of volunteers. It's not just today, it's all the volunteers for all these years that have made this happen, 20 years now. So big round of applause to everybody this year and past years. And David, of course, for putting this together. So, well, we are rounding it. We've got our final speaker, and then we have one more music guest after that. But we're down to our final speaker, who so excited to have. And I've noticed today's Black Cat theme. Everyone's got a black cat today. I don't know what's going on. Some sort of Friday the 13th thing. I don't know. Anyway, one of our final speaker, Yvette, she was working as an analytical chemist when she launched Sci Babe as a side project that went viral. With an academic background in forensics and toxicology, a sharp bullshit detector. I think we're allowed to say bullshit. Whatever. I just said it. And a
I
big
was told
dose.
keep it PG-13. I'm allowed one F-bomb. I was told one.
Okay, good.
Is that did that change? David, was I lied to? Wait, one. Okay, I'm allowed what? Good. I'll try to keep it. I'm going to try super hard. Super hard.
You'll be good. And whatever you do, you're the last one. It's late night. It's okay. But she's been taking science education to social media, to the masses. Everyone, here she is. Please welcome the Sci Babe, Yvette Detremont. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Ian? Do we banter or do I go?
We don't
right
chat.
into
I'm
it?
just saying, I'm just panning it off and I'm saying hi because I like you. We'll see you in a little bit on the flip.
Oh, cool. All right. Hey guys. So I've gotten used to streaming over the pandemic. So I'm watching your comments in the chat. Don't bother going into Q&A. If you have a question, put it right into the chat. I'm watching it as it goes because I accidentally turned into a streamer during the pandemic. I used to be a scientist. I had degrees. I mean, I still do. They didn't take them away. But anyway, hi guys. So hey Sam, I miss you too. Anyways, scroll. I wrote a talk and everything. It's a thing I did today. So I did it earlier than today, I swear. Anyways, a long time ago, I used to write more. I did debunky stuff at the beginning of my career. And it's, you might remember I wrote this article about the food babe. It was a whole thing. And I got to go to Australia and there was a headline. There was a whole media blitz. And there was a headline that said Sci Babe's quest for truth, which that was a bit more volume. Thank you for telling me. Are we good now? Let me know either way. But there was anyways, the headline came out of an interview in which I was like, I said I saw my background between science and journalism and debunking as kind of trying to find some truth in the universe. And the journalist very kindly was like, aha, quest for truth. And I'm like, oh, you kind woman. Anyways, but at the time I was mainly a debunker coming off the food babe thing. And a lot of things have changed since then. And one of them, like there have been, gradual things that made that happen. And one of them was a fellow science journalist of mine who's like, she was less in the, everything organic is bad camp. And she pointed out to me once that she ate organic bananas. I was like, why? And she's like, well, it's not that the pesticides in conventional are bad when you get the banana itself. It's that the conventional pesticides are generally there are issues with them for the workers, and the organic ones aren't as bad for the workers. And I'm like, how did I not ever look into that? And it made me realize I've been doing a lot of telling people, ask for proof, ask for proof, ask for proof, ask for evidence, ask for evidence. I hadn't been telling people ask for context, ask for a bit more. There was a lot of just ask for what's happening and bananas are radioactive too. I have an article over on scibabe.com called The Mildly Radioactive Banana. It's delightful. If someone asked what the name of the kid, this is a pup and his name is Buddy. He is all cute, no smart. It's some humans get by on that too. He's not going to Harvard. He's getting by on a welding scholarship, and I love him so much. But anyways, so moving onward. So anyways, the last, during the course of lockdown, the first year of lockdown, I kind of started streaming. And then this last year, beginning of the year, I started doing a daily moment of science that turned into a weekday moment of science in August. Reasons for that. Moving on. But these are not mostly debunky pieces. These are science stories and folklore. I write, they're off the beaten path sometimes. These are stories about rocket scientist orgies and NASA-funded dolphin handjobs, which, by the way, goes super well to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. NASA-funded dolphin handjobs. You're gonna have it in your head. I'm sorry, or you're welcome. Anyways, that type of stuff. And I write a lot about fucking Australia. I don't know why it's become a thing, but anyways, there's so much gold in there. No, I used to, like I said, when I debunked, I tell you, go find evidence. Now, when I do these stories, I'm like, go find evidence, but go find context. And there's a reason for that. I get told a lot, like when I'm tweeting, stick to science. But if we stick to science, we don't tell the history at all of these things. We don't find the story around it. We lose a lot. Circus peanuts are banana flavored. This has nothing to do with it. I also wrote a story on artificial banana flavor. It recently, super interesting one. Really went into it's. I managed to get a story about imperialism into a thing about artificial banana flavor. So go check that one out. It was very recent. But anyways, when we stick to the science and we don't talk at all about the history and the context around it, we lose a lot. For instance, say somebody's trying to write a science column 200 years from now, if humanity's doing well 200 years from now, we're making big assumptions now. But someone's finds out, oh, there were big breakthroughs in mRNA vaccines around the year 2020, 2021. I wonder what happened. Was something going on in the history of the world at that point in time? No, stick to science. Don't talk about we don't need to know the history. You need to know what was going on. Context is important. It's not just that people were toiling in the lab and it became available, it's that there was a push because there was maybe something going on at this point. So there's just, little example, but it's stories, stories go on and there become misconceptions over time. And there's, like I said, write a lot of science stories. And the things, there's something I found that was interesting about these. A lot of them, it's not that we don't have the right story, it's that we have a lot of facts that are in there, but we lose bits of them over time. So the story we know is not quite right anymore. And I have a few favorite ones from this. One of them that I got flack for this one was the story of Typhoid Mary. And this one came up so much during the pandemic because everyone's like, typhoid, you're a typhoid, you're spreading the disease just like another. The thing is, if we look at the actual, so yes, Typhoid Mary did not listen when she was told, you've got the typhoid, stop spreading the typhoid. The thing is, in 2020, someone doing what Typhoid Mary did is very different than what happened in her time, because at the time she was one of like the first asymptomatic carriers that we knew of. She was also a poor Irish immigrant who was treated very, very poorly. At the time, like I said, very few people had been diagnosed as asymptomatic carriers, but she was the only one who was ever jailed for it. Also, this is interesting. She was working as a chef for rich people. Yes, may the best narrative win. It's from art. That's kind of what happened here. It's like this was this narrative of this, it's like this brash, loud Irish woman that, by all reports, that's how she was written to be. This very loud Irish immigrant who made apparently some great peach ice cream. But when she cooked anything else, you apply heat to things, the typhoid dies. You make peach ice cream, you get some typhoid passed on to people. Now, here's the thing: she sickened rich people. There was another guy who I forget the last name off the top of my head. I'm going to call him Typhoid Tony, though, because he sickened twice as many people, but he sickened poor orphans and nobody gave a damn. So just saying, there are stories that we leave out of these when we just take a narrative that's given to us and we don't go and look up the rest of it, that gets lost to time. So another thing that I found out, because my very first one of these articles was on snake oil, and that was supposed to be for something else, but I was like, all right, I'm doing these moments of science now, and let's see what I can do with this. Now, snake oil, we think of snake oil as, it's just a term we use to talk about something that doesn't work. Here's your BS, cure. It's not going to do anything. Here was what blew my freaking mind. Snake oil originally was a thing that worked. Okay, please don't throw me out. Like, let me stay. So originally, snake oil. So what happened was in the 1850s, there was a huge influx of Chinese immigrants to work on the Transcontinental Railroad to the US. And they brought over with them this oil that was derived from the Chinese water snake. Now, it had a bunch of omega-3s, and they really didn't have Advil on the shelves at that point. And that was like the only thing that they had to rub on their sore muscles at the end of the day after a day of working on the railroad. So there they are with the stuff that works. And there are a bunch of old-timey doctors going, what? Oil from snakes? I have a rattlesnake I can put into a bottle. Rattlesnakes didn't have omega-3s and were completely freaking useless. So that's the thing, is that when the original snake oil was from the Chinese water snake, and it did a thing. And then the stuff that became sold, from the traveling doctor going, going from town to town to give you the snake oil, it's going to cure everything. that's the stuff that didn't work. So it's interesting that it came from this thing that worked and was possibly the first example of cultural appropriation. Oh my God, sorry, that just clicked in my head. But yeah, snake oil originally worked. Horrifying thing that we never realized, or that I never had a clue about. Another one of my favorite stories that came to mind this year that I feel everyone has heard this one, and everyone's heard this one a little wrong. Have you heard the story of the first guy that suggested maybe we should wash our hands and it would make us not get sick, and that he got beaten to death in an insane asylum? Like, this one's come up a lot during the pandemic, because they're like, yeah, it's like, we need hygiene, but this is tale as old as time. One guy suggested wash your hands, and they killed that guy in an insane asylum. So his name was Ignat. Of course, I'm about to say his name, and I lose it in my mouth. Hold on a second. Dr. Semmelweis. But he and this was just fascinating. He was not. He was not beaten to death in an asylum for suggesting maybe wash your hands. Semmelweis was originally, I want to be clear, it wasn't like Ignaz Semmelweis, there we go. It wasn't like he had this one suggestion like, oh, I figured it out, wash the hands, there we go. In this case, it was sorry, I saw Ian make a funny face. I didn't know if he was making it at me to change what I was. It's like, did I screw up something on this? Is my tech not working? Thank you. Sorry, just checking. Anyways, so here's the thing. When he started doing this, because at the time, childbed fever, or what they called childbed fever, like, it was really common, like women dying when giving birth. And this is something interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to have to take your screen down. Ian, I'm an idiot. Anyways, so like at the time, it was really common for women to die after giving birth. And there was something kind of interesting, at least in the hospital that Dr. Semmelweis worked in. He noticed that the women that gave birth that were delivered by the nurses tended to have a better survival rate than the ones that were delivered by the doctors. He's like, what are they doing that we're not? So he's like looking at every correlation he can. And this is 1850s. This is like 100 years before we figured out lobotomies were a bad idea. 100 years before we figured out don't put a pick into the brain. Like, we weren't exactly at the forefront of anything. The things that they tried figuring out, again, not a genius, not on the forefront of things. He's like, oh, I see that, a priest is walking through here at a certain time when after the doctors are done with their work, and he's ringing a little bell. Maybe the bell is frightening the women to death. Yeah, that's the thing they actually thought. Eventually they figured out, he hypothesized, that after a pathologist died, after the guy doing the autopsies died, he's like, oh, maybe since we're going down and sticking our hands in dead bodies and then sticking our hands directly into on the babies and on the women, maybe that's the problem. And the nurses did not perform autopsies. And that was why he suggested washing the hands. So like I said, there were a bunch of other daffy things that he suggested, but then came up with the hand washing thing. And for a while, in his own hospital and a couple other hospitals that he ended up working in, got some people to wash their hands. But then things took a turn. It seems like over time, and they're not sure if this is due to either him developing dementia or late stage syphilis, it seems he actually did, he was not committed to an asylum because of, he wasn't committed to an asylum because people were like, he's telling us to wash our hands. This guy must be crazy. It was more like, there was a theory that he slowly went crazy as he was trying to tell people to wash their hands, and that was part of what happened. And the beating to death was kind of second. I had nothing to do with the hand washing. So that's we lost a lot of context in that story when as it got told and retold over time. Snake oil. I read once it quote, snake oil is a corruption of Seneca oil, and it was crude petroleum, no snakes involved at all, but I never investigated further. Really snakes? Yeah, it was absolutely really snakes. My very first article of the year. And I was, like I said, super shocked because like I'd been, saying this for, like I'd been using the phrase for so long. No one had brought it up yet. And I was like, all right, and I was starting to write a thing and I'm like, where did this, oh, yeah, but for real, have I written about cinnamon? What would you like me to, is there something specific to address about cinnamon is what I want to know. So there are, let's go through a couple more. Do you guys, so it's one of my favorites that comes up from time to time is Ceylon versus, I have not, I'll check that out though. One of my other favorites is Jon Snow and the pump, the water, it's people, people come up and it's like, how do we stop the, the cholera epidemic? This one guy removed a pump handle and it went away. It was so much more complicated than that. It was a process of mapping out, it's like, this was an era where, again, this was, I believe, hold on a second, back in, back in the 1800s. This is when people were still, they thought that diseases spread via miasma. This is not a time when people are like, oh, of course, things are spreading via my cesspit. So eventually, my grandmother was a spokesperson for snake oil in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her testimony included that she was a good church attendant lady. Oh, Margaret, that's fantastic. Nice, I love it. I think we learn how to detect BS when we see it within our own family. Like that was my first way of being like, oh, this can't possibly, anyways, sorry. But no, the story of the pump handle, here was something interesting. By the time he removed that pump handle, now they had managed to go through the city and find that the people that had, during this particular cholera epidemic, all the people who'd gotten sick had been sickened from this particular pump. And they found eventually the cesspit that had leaked into it. However, the epidemic was already, as we've seen, as epidemics go up and down, it was already on a downturn and people had headed out of town because they're like, nah, I'm done. No more, the cholera is not getting to me. I'm out of this. It's diarrhea for days, just not, I'm not going that way. But after that happened, people were starting people were starting to come around to the fact that this could be possible. And when they found that the cesspit had leaked into that, they're like, maybe he had a point here. But at pulling the handle was not the only thing that ended the epidemic. It was on its way out. People were leaving town. As a good spokesperson, how do we attract web viewers to more scientific thinking? Oh, I'm a good spokesperson. Ask the people in my comments who tell me I swear too much. I don't know how good I am, but it's how do we attract web viewers to more scientific thinking? Here's my method of getting people to come see my stuff. And I don't know if method is the right word or not, but like, this is something I've, we can go through story after story about this, but if you guys want to just keep asking questions, I'm happy to answer, but like, I'll go through a few more of these too, but it's, like I said, happy to answer anything. Here's my approach with all of this and always has been, whatever I'm writing about, like I never am aiming to give you a science lesson. I want you to learn about science. I want to be clear, but this is not education. We're not in class. I don't want you to be able to pass a test from this afterwards. I want you to be interested. I want you to be engaged. I want you to feel smarter about the world and to be able to have a conversation about the stuff afterwards and be able to speak confidently on it, and to use language that is accurate in a way that both a complete novice and an expert would go, yep, that's accurate. Like that's not that a novice would understand and an expert would say is accurate. And the way that I do that, and the way that I would recommend anybody who is writing on the internet so that they get other people in their peer group and their friends out there everywhere on the internet, the way I recommend that you attempt to do that, write the best freaking article you can. And in my case, that means make it funny. Like every time, make something that's heartbreaking, make something that's real, make something that's true, but like, don't just put together a collection of facts because they can find Wikipedia themselves. If you want to attract people, send something out that people are going to stop scrolling through Twitter and TikTok and their porn collection to come and get their sticky hands onto the keyboard for you. Because that's, it's like, it's not always easy. There's a lot of porn out there. So I miss audiences because I miss occasionally giggling in person. I'm hoping there's a giggle somewhere on the other side of the screen. Anyways, but yeah, just gotta find, like, the writing matters. And I think that there's a disconnect there where people are like, I write and I get nowhere. And it's like, well, how good's your writing? And I know that might sound a little harsh, but I think a lot of times people are like, I debunked the thing. Didn't that do enough? It's like, when I do my stuff, my thing is I'll sit there and reread my things out loud to myself over and over again, partially because I don't have an editor and I want to make sure that I haven't missed any major boners. And there's always one that I'm like, how'd I let that one go by? But like, you know, I'll read them out loud so that they feel like something that rolls off the tongue, that, you know, that reads like something I would say. And that kind of helps it give a more talky feel, like, because I want this to feel like a conversation between you and your idiot scientist friend at the bar, because I am your idiot scientist friend. I don't go to bars, I don't drink, but, you know, idiot scientist friend smoking a joint next to you. I'm in California, it's perfectly legal. We're clearly in the right state for that free thought, gosh darn it. But yeah, like talk to people like they're people and not like you're lecturing. And the other thing is, and I say this having written a lot this year on nuclear energy, and we'll get into that in just a second after we get off your question, I write a ton about nuclear energy and nuclear accidents. And I'm sure that there are there are at least some nuclear advocates in here, and probably some people who are like, nuclear is bad. But here's the thing, even after writing about a ton of nuclear accidents, I think nuclear energy is good. And there are very few worse advocates for their cause than nuclear advocates, because they come in every time. And no matter how kindly you have written and well and accurately you've written about nuclear energy, they're going to start a fight. They're going to yell at you. So, you know, write with kindness, write in a way that's even toned, find ways that give context and credence to all the things that have happened in the story, that give a streamlined story, and make sure it makes sense. And remember that you're always going to have someone that's like, it wasn't good enough for me, and just go, okay, that's fine, get the fuck. I mean, sorry, I already used my F-bomb. Get out, go. But yeah, so anyways, back to I hope that more than, I think I went on that phone for a few minutes, but I think that's important, because I know a lot of you guys are the types of people that want to get out and reach people and talk to people. And the biggest thing with SciComm is being understood. I don't want people, when they're reading my articles, to be like, oh crap, I have to go out and look up 6 words. I want you, even if you're like, I don't know what that cell in the human body is, but I kind of understand what happened in that pair. Like that's what we need when we're talking to people. Don't throw out, like, don't put down a big word in your, like, if you're like, I'm not sure what happened here, but this sentence had these big words in it. Don't write that sentence until you understand those big words enough to break them down into smaller words that you understand. And this, I'm not saying this to talk down to anyone that's not a scientist. I'm saying this because I read science that's not in my field daily. Like, I'm a chemist and I'm writing about nuclear physics and animals that I don't know, and botany. Like, if you're not sure what something is, find a way to get it into something that you know before you write about it, because it's going to do your audience a big favor, because they're going to feel that understanding. So that's a bit of the magic in there. Anyways, so back to, as I was saying about nuclear stuff. So I write a lot about nuclear accidents, and one of the biggest things I see with misconceptions with nuclear stuff is that these accidents just, they happen. And there is actually a fairly long list. If you go to Wikipedia, from Margaret, excellent advice to convey information without using little known science words. I do it again. But yeah, it's like, please, the big thing is don't ever leave it at a point, like, and I was lucky that I worked with editors that weren't at Science Rags. Like, I never worked at Discovery. I worked at Bakker. I worked at Gawker, Cosmo, and Self. And my editors were never, like, they were smart, they were scientifically versed, never scientists. So I had to, like, and they would go, you know, they would just, you know, subtly explain. And they would just want things broken down a little bit further. And I learned to do that for my audience, because that's, you know, what you should do when you're writing for a general audience. Anyways, back to the nuclear thing. So I was super surprised, you know, looking, because I'm like, oh, super long list of nuclear accidents. Like, how did I not know about these? But most of the nuclear accidents, there's somebody using, and I say this as someone who's used nuclear sources. Yes, nuclear sources. Oh my God, there's radioactive materials everywhere. Nuclear sources from small lab equipment, or things that are used in, pardon me, or things that are used in things like radiotherapy units. Like, those are the lion's share of the nuclear accidents we've had. Comparatively, we've had, you know, the 2 biggest nuclear, and it's hard to say how you say, judge biggest. Like Chernobyl is inarguably, thank you for the warning, that's 3 minutes. Chernobyl inarguably biggest, somewhere, 31 is the official death toll for the day, somewhere between 4,000 and 16,000 for long-term effects. Arguably, I know nuclear bros are going to be mad at me for that. But the next largest is arguably Fukushima. And there's been one, obviously the tsunami and the earthquake killed a lot, but from the long-term radiation, no people died from acute radiation, and only one person died from long-term radiation. So that's interesting. Now, there have been other accidents that have caused fatalities, but they've been relatively small in number. They've been, my point being, oil, and this is when oil is used correctly. Fossil fuels, when used correctly, kill 8 to 10 million people a year in superpopulated areas. We get the plot wrong a lot, and I've got to wrap it up because we've got about 3 minutes left. But what I want to tell you is look at, try to look for it's so easy to look at something that's a big scary picture, or look at something that you've just gotten a little bit of the story of all the time and kind of accept that for what it is. So I'm only giving you guys, when I write my stories, a tiny little bit. I'm giving you, my moment of science. And that's the thing, it is a moment. Someone said, why not? I'll get you in a minute. Why it's a moment of science. It's enough to say, here's maybe some things you missed about this. Here's something I loved about it. Here's something that's going to make you laugh and titillate your brain. But it's just, I only get you for a moment a day. I want you to go out and look up some more. And every time you're looking, I want you to fact check me. I always want you to see if I'm wrong, because I get it wrong. Might go ahead in the comment section and correct me what I do, but I get it wrong. And I want you to go out and look up everything that I did and see if you can find something more, and see if you find something that just pings your brain. And I want you to not stick to science. I want you to go out and find what else is out there. So thank you. I'm the Sci Babe. Thank you so much. If you have any more questions, pop in there, or head over to all the different, I'm on a bunch of different internets. So do I have a second to plug, or, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Plug. Cool. So I'm at Sci Babe. I was about to say scibabe.com/Facebook, but I do not own them yet. Facebook.com/Sci Babe, and over at Twitter.com/the Sci Babe. And the other ones are relatively inconsequential, but I think it's Instagram.com/the Sci Babe as well. So, and scibabe.com. That's where you can find the whole catalog of back entries. Oh, and if you would like to support this hot mess, I'm at patreon.com/Sci Babe. Just saying.
And might I point out that it's Sci Babe spelled properly, SCI, not the way they did that sci-fi SY, which I don't understand.
This is why
SY Babe.
This is why I'm glad to be on the Weather Channel, which, by the way, just go check out Weird Earth at 9 p.m. on the Weather Channel. I'm one of like a dozen talking heads. So if you want 3 more minutes of me, I'm on there. And my mom is not married to art. You're welcome.
Yvette Detrima, the Sci Babe, thank you very much. Please follow her on Instagram and Twitter and on YouTube. I almost said Utah. I'll follow her on Utah.
Let's go. We're taking a road trip. That's it.
There you go. That's it. The only place you can find her is in Utah at Zion. That's unfortunately. Anyway, thank you again. Thank you. And we'll see you next time. Be sure to follow her. And then we have one more wonderful guest coming up. We're going to close it out with a little music. And next up, we're going to bring Steve to the stage. Steve was a young theater major until he found Jesus. Damn you, Jesus. Changed his name to Abraham, dedicated his life to Christian faith as a Pentecostal preacher. After 35 years of that, he decided, he's trying to mix his Christian teachings with reality. He and his wife left their faith behind, as you often do when you do such things, right? Today, Steve does what he loves best, which is entertaining an audience. And here he is. He's going to close us out. So please welcome for his Freethought Day debut, Steve Mackey.
Woohoo! Well, this is John Lennon's classic song, Imagine, which, hey, that's free thought, right?
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Ooh. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. Brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you join us and the world will live as one.
Yes. Nice, Steve. That was awesome. Thank you so much. They can follow you on YouTube. What is your YouTube channel? Just say it really quick if you know it off the top of your head.
I don't know. I think it's my name.
It's easy.
Abraham
We'll just
Mackey.
Google you.
Who knows?
YouTube, Steve Mackey. Boom, and there it is.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm
have
on
the name. The
Facebook.
link is in there, but I didn't have the name. So I wanted to throw it out there if I could. But be sure to follow Steve Mackey. Thank you so much, Steve. That was awesome. I hope everyone, and that was just a great way to take it out with Imagine. People often call that the free thinkers or the atheist anthem. I hope you all had a great time today. I know I did. It was so much fun. And I want to say thanks one more time to all of our volunteers who worked so hard to make this entire weekend happen. For our sponsors, especially American Atheists, Applied Office, and the champions, Sarah Tigert, Judith Bannister, Christopher Wojno, Nick Gray, Betsy Kerr, Chris Cook, Bill Dannenhauer, Nancy Sneed, and David Lopez, our advocates and supporters. Thank you all. And one more time for donating for today's event. And also everyone who donated, and especially those who supported us today. Thank you so much. Please also join me in thanking Paul Wyron for design of our 20th anniversary logo. Behind me, by the way, I put it up. Thank you, David, for giving me this backdrop. And Sacramento's big day of giving for helping us with our early fundraising and all of our big dog donors. Scholarship Impact for assisting us with our essay contest and everyone who entered, and Upprinting, I hope I'm saying that way, UP Upprinting for discounts on printing. And let's thank the Freedom Equality PAC for finding and helping to elect people like Karina Quintanilla into state and local offices. And by the way, my own thing here, everyone, if you have means, go join. I know quite a few people I know that are trying to get into politics and make a difference and lobby and do all these things. We need to. The next 2 to 4 years is going to be the most pivotal time in our history. I'm convinced of it. And as much progress as we've made, there's so much more to make, and we're right here from losing it all. So please vote, register to vote, get involved in local office, get involved in whatever you can with your local government, your state government, national government. Thank you all for having me. Thank you, David. One more time, round of applause for all of our speakers, our entertainers, authors, podcasts, everyone, this year's essay winner. And thank you so much for California Freethought Day, the committee. And again, David, back to you. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Yeah, let's all thank our MC, Ian Harris. Awesome job today. Please check out his work and subscribe to his podcast, Critical and Thinking. Now, if you registered for today in advance, check your email in just a few minutes for a survey so you can win one of 3 $100 door prize packages, or scan the QR code that you see on the screen. And yes, there is an option. If you don't want to take a prize, that's okay. There's a bubble to push for that. So hurry, because the survey closes in 24 hours. Now, if you want to support California Freethought Day, you can donate anytime through PayPal or an old-fashioned check in the mail. And we'll send you a few gifts, like a printed program, collectible button, and a commemorative admission ticket, and more. Visit our website, freethoughtday.org, for donation links and our mailing address. With that, I hope to see you all next year in person at the California State Capitol building in Sacramento, the weekend of October 8 and 9, 2022. Thank you for joining us at the 20th annual California Freethought Day.
You're standing in a house with no walls. You don't want to leave, 'cause it feels like home. You're sitting in a house with no floor. You can feel the mud seeping in, but you just choose to ignore all the evidence that what you think isn't real. You don't look because you don't like the way it makes you feel. You say you need the shelter to get through all your problems. That's why you choose to live in a house with no walls. You're wearing the emperor's new clothes. You think they'll protect you from the world, but how can you be sure? You're wearing